Okay. So we have me and Timothy here getting everything set up for you guys that are watching live. Thank you. Um, Hope you can hear. You can put questions in the chat, and there'll be somebody monitoring that as well. All right. So thank you for coming. So the only thing is that they won't be able to see me right on this. Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't turn. I turned the sound off. So I know that you guys cannot hear us, and as soon as it starts, you will be able to hear us. We'll turn the mic back on. Okay. Thank you for your patience. I see you, Pastor Hawkins. Thank you for your patience. I did turn our sound off, and so you'll be able to hear us shortly. Thank you. I can just go ahead and do that right now. Everybody can hear. But then I don't
Hands together for the church and for the pastor. Church said amen. Listen, I won't be before you long. My job is to introduce briefly our illustrious president, and her name is Cheryl Allen Huff. And she is, yeah, put your hands together for Cheryl, please. She works tirelessly for NAC, and every organization has a backbone. Truly our backbone, please. All right. So, Cheryl Allen Huff is the acting president of the National Action Network of Middle Tennessee. She works tirelessly to bring the right people together to facilitate tangible change, challenge leaders to show up, and spread the word of accountability throughout our communities. Cheryl was recently recognized at the 2023 National Action Network Convention and awarded with a Reverend Al Sharpton's Champion Award for her exceptional leadership and outstanding performance. Give her another round of applause, everybody. That takes a lot of work. She beat out a lot of people. Amen. All right. Most notably, our chapter, our Middle Tennessee chapter of NAD, was also awarded Chapter of the Year. So put your hands together for NAD, Middle Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee. And as you begin to look around and as I take my seat, we're also streaming live on various social media platforms. So if you don't mind, if you're on Facebook, please make sure that you check in to our Facebook page and check into this event and share this event on your social media platforms. There are people online right now. There will be some questions online, and we'll address that in just a second as I bring up the one and only Reverend Keith Caldwell. I'm sorry, President Cheryl Huff, everybody, Alan, here we go.
Hello, everyone. How are you today? Good. I see. I prayed to God to have a little rain so people, can come on over here. But I didn't ask for this big old storm where no one showed up. But they're going to start coming on in. But I am here to bring greetings to you all from the Middle Tennessee National Action Network. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to give you a little clean up house rules, and right now we're here to ask questions, listen to answers, and hear everything that our at-large council members that's running in this race. We want to ask questions, and the questions that we have are concerns and questions that we got from our people in the community. So we compile them all together, and those are the questions that's going to be asked here today. And we're going to give you 90 seconds to introduce yourself. We're going to do an icebreaker so we can relax and be ready for this. And then we're going to give you 1 minute to answer the questions, and then at the end we're going to give you another 90 seconds to closing remarks. And anybody that have any questions, please go to our Facebook, our Zoom, and our, those are the social media sites that you all can go to. And if you see this young lady right here, Miss Crystal, can you raise your hand? She will have the sign. She will have the stop sign, and if that go up twice, then that means you still going and that stop sign has went up. She have the yellow, the green means you have 1 minute. And then when she pull up that yellow, you have 30 seconds, and then that stop means stop. But thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. And we have snacks at the table. We have the souvenir booklet. So please, I ask everyone to get one of those booklets so you can take it to your community so people can see who everyone is and it's in the books. And thank everybody that came out and bought a page and got a table. I really appreciate you, and thank you so much. And now I'm going to bring up Mr. Keith Caldwell to come in to introduce and talk with everybody.
All right.
Good morning, folks.
Good morning.
All right, we're so delighted. I have the honor of introducing our distinguished moderator. Her name is Ms. Christina Laster. She is a trailblazing advocate and change maker who's dedicated to driving positive change through justice-driven solutions. As a leader in civil rights movement, Lassiter has amassed extensive expertise in K-12 education policy and legislation, earning both a bachelor's and a political science from the University of San Diego's Institute of Peace and Justice and a master's degree in business administration. She is a profound advocate for at the intersection of race and poverty. We're so delighted to have her hailing from California. Let's give Ms. Lassiter a hand. Amen.
I appreciate that warm welcome. Some people like to kick us Californians out, so I'm glad to be here with you all who like me. All right, and so welcome. The National Action Network is one of the leading civil rights organizations in the nation, with chapters throughout the entire United States, founded by Reverend Al Sharpton in 1991, and works within the spirit and tradition of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to promote a modern civil rights agenda. The Middle Tennessee chapter mission is to inform, unite, and empower our communities. And so we're going to start with our icebreaker question, as Ms. Cheryl Huff did mention. And I would appreciate it if we could start from the furthest and come down this way, all right? So I am going to ask you all, in 90 seconds, you have to answer. What's the most embarrassing thing that happened to you in school that you still cringe about to this day?
The most embarrassing thing to me was I had to wear short pants. And when I got to school, no other boys had on short pants, and that was really very embarrassing to me. But I don't really think about it that much. So I really can't say that it really stays, but that's the thing that really stands out is I had to wear short pants. And, that was probably in the first grade.
I apologize. I should have announced that prior to answering the icebreaker question. If you can state your name and give a short opening statement about who you are and what you're representing.
Okay, thank you. We'll back up and pump here. My name's Arnold Hayes. I'm a retired engineer with Ford Motor Company. I also did quite a bit of management assignments when I was at Ford. I'm also a faith leader in the Nashville community. I've done quite a bit of food desert type issues that I've addressed. Also, I am one of the individuals that pushed for the Community Oversight Board in Nashville as a part of Community Oversight Now. I am also the immediate past chair of the Community Oversight Board. And I will say, as a part of my introduction, I just got in this race just a few days ago. And I decided that I could not sit on the sidelines and see things happen to our city. I'm very concerned about the underserved in Nashville. You'll hear more about that, but that's why I decided to get in this race. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Dolores Vandervoort. I go by Dee Dee. I was born in Southern California, raised by Northern Illinois parents in South Central Missouri, and I grew up on a farm. Moved to St. Louis to do my education in nursing. I am an old diploma nurse for 35 years. I have worked about every area of nursing you can talk about, and probably some you don't even realize are out there. We moved here in '99, and I have been here since then. I have served in missions work. I have lived in West Africa for a year. I have done English as a second language in Central Asia for a 3-month stint. I was involved in our school in Missouri when my kids were younger before we moved here at the school board. That's my only elected position ever. I have ran a construction company for a few years. My ex-husband was a master carpenter, and I ran the books, did all the lumber planning and everything. I have raised 4 children and have graduated them from Hillsborough High School here, so very active in the school district here at one time. I still keep my ear on on the pavement about our schools, because I believe that schools are very important on how we judge our communities. I think it's so important for people to have local schools for them to attend that are safe and good for their growth. I also am I believe that I am a constituent of the constituency, and I am done for right now. Thank you. Next.
Good morning. My name is Gilbert Ramirez. I was raised in the Bronx, New York City, by my grandparents. In New York, I used to own my own business, which is a telecom communication company, for 6 years. Then my kids decided to move to Nashville, so I came to Nashville. I'm glad to say I'm a retired Metro officer, served the community for 14 years. Within those 14 years, I was the liaison to the Hispanic and minority community. So I was very active in the community, making a difference in the community with these kids and also the families. Within that program, we did youth camps, festivals, all kinds of activities to engage the community. That way the community have trust within the police department. Also, I sat on the board of director of Nashville Cares for 6 years. Now I'm currently the president of a Philippine organization. Served with them for 9 years because my mom is from the Philippines and my dad is a Black Puerto Rican. Also, the most embarrassing thing happened to me is, please don't judge, because I was a young kid. My father was a merchant, and he bought a pin that had a women that when you tilt the pin over, the bikini comes down. So I showed that to all the kids. I forgot that my mom always shows up in school to watch me, and she saw me, and I got a good lesson from that. So that's why today, with the spanking and the slapping in the head, that's why I'm bald today. Just kidding. Okay.
All right, and before we move on to the next person, I do want to reiterate to our viewing audience are viewing virtually that you can put your questions in the comment or chat field, and I will try to get to all of the questions taken by the viewers in our virtual audience as they come and at the end when we do that audience questions. Thank you.
Good morning. I want to thank the National Action Network for having us and the church for hosting this here today. Our moderator for putting in the hard work. I know it's really hard to moderate these. My name is Quinn Evans Siegel. I grew up down in Creek Hall, and I'm the daughter of a small business owner. I went to Metro Public Schools for elementary school and middle school, which we'll get back to in a minute because that was where my most embarrassing moment happened. But I spent my career in public and private finance, which sounds pretty dorky, and it is. And I've always been a little bit of a dork, and I had a lot of dorky moments in school. But what that means is I've helped cities by fire trucks. I've helped them build communities by building community centers. I've made sure that they could have affordable housing when they needed it, and that they could build more when they needed more. I'm running for Metro Council at large because I know how to make sure Nashville has affordable housing. I know what it means to build community in our communities and to make sure that we keep up with the growth by still knowing our neighbors and caring about them. And I know what it means to be here in this place and love these people and to love each other. I will say, so I went to Rose Park Middle School for 5th and 6th grade, which some of y'all may know, and I was never the coolest kid, but I also had really, really bad acne, and that followed me for years and years. So I was sitting there for 5th grade pictures, and in front of the whole 5th grade, the photographer said, "Honey, do you want to come back on a day when you don't have a zit?" And I still think we need to lift our kids up, right? Not tear them down.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Syracuse. I'm a 2-term council member in District 15 in the Donaldson area. It's wonderful to be with you this morning. I'm running for at-large because I want to continue the good work that I've been doing over the past 8 years and take the experience and skills that I've learned and been using and apply them to the whole county. In the heart of Donaldson, we've recreated the oldest shopping center in Nashville into a revitalized town center, mixed-use, transit-oriented, all anchored by a brand new Donaldson Library that has the potential of a brand new 50 Ford Center with affordable senior housing on top. So this is a project that not only really reflects, I think, how we should be growing across the entire county, but it addresses all our needs, and it really addresses our needs from a regional perspective as well. I've also spent the last 25 years working over on Music Row over at BMI, and protecting the culture of Nashville, the DNA of our city, music. I believe that at this point we've kind of taken ourselves for granted about who we are, and that dream of a songwriter or musician coming to this city needs to be protected. I have spent an extraordinary amount of time. I've done everything from helping put together a $5 parking program for downtown musicians to traveling to China to advocate for intellectual property and copyright rights for us here in the States. So when I wear the two hats is kind of when I feel most alive, and I hope to continue that good work, and especially here in North Nashville, about supporting and protecting the legacy of Jefferson Street and the music legacy that has been there.
Trying to stop.
Oh.
All right. And I don't have a little buzzer, so don't make me make a buzzing noise. Okay. All right, next, please.
Good morning. I'm Berkeley Allen, and I'm running for Metro Council Member at Large. I have had the pleasure of serving as a district council member for 8 years, and now for the past 4 years as a council member at large. And during that time, I've worked for successful schools, safe, walkable, bikeable communities, and smart growth that protects our local businesses and allows our institutions to thrive. And I want to continue to do that work. I've also served for 25 years as a neighborhood advocate and on our neighborhood board. And during that time, I planted trees, we created sidewalks, we've done traffic calming. I was part of the neighborhood's effort to create the first walking distance where we lowered the speed limit to 20 miles an hour, and then the city followed suit for the entire city. I've also worked a lot on affordable housing. I was one of the council members that co-sponsored the original Barnes Fund, which has been one of our most effective tools to create affordable housing, and also recently sponsored legislation to create a mixed income pilot, which is a new tool that will create housing in areas of opportunity where great transit and jobs are. I am excited about the work that I've done, and I want to continue to do that. My most embarrassing moment in school was being on the girls' basketball team. I'm not an athlete. But somehow I made the team, and we were playing in the University of Memphis auditorium in front of a huge crowd. My parents had come over to watch me play. I got in for the last 30 seconds and got fouled immediately and threw a total air ball in front of the world. It was terrible. But as Metro Council member at large, I know what I'm doing, so I would like to hear your vote for that.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Howard Jones. I am a candidate for council at large. I've been a pastor for 30 years in the city. We've established affordable housing, true affordable housing that still exists today. Affordable meaning $700 a month. We've established Kingdom Cafe using previously convicted persons to not just work there, but also remodel it to transform North Nashville, which is a forgotten portion of this city. I'm also a principal. I've been a principal for 30 years where I've helped to transform teachers and also educate our children. I'm asking for your vote. I'm asking for your vote because a vote for me is a vote for public safety. When we understand and we're clear that the criminality of our children stems from the idea of the miseducation of our kids. So we need safer communities. Our children should not be afraid to go to school. Our parents should not be afraid to send them there. A vote for Howard Jones is a vote for fully funding education, truly funding education, and educational systems that actually make a difference for the whole community. A vote for Howard Jones is a vote for true affordable housing for everybody. It's amazing how we have teachers who live in this city, but they work in the city, but cannot live in this city. And I think that's a horrible thing when our leadership has formed a $2 billion deal to do football, but then they cannot do a $2 billion deal to do for family. Vote for Howard Jones to make a difference. One of the most embarrassing parts for me in my life was fourth grade, when they started desegregation at Charlotte Park.
All right, sorry about that. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Zulfat Suara. I'm one of the current council members at large, and I'm running for re-election.
I ask you to look for that Z on the ballot. I want to thank the National Action Network, and I want to take this opportunity to also thank the Reverend Al Sharpton. I called him on Wednesday, the day before the Tennessee 3 were at the front of the state legislature, and I told him that we're about to have something to go down here, and there's a possibility that they could be expelled. I talked to him, sent him an email about 3 a.m. in the morning. He responded the first thing and said, what can I do? Throughout that day, he and I were in communication, and at the point that the two justices were expelled, he said, what can I do? I told him to go on the media and use his voice. He was on MSNBC talking about it. So I wanted to thank him for being one of the first people to step up and to do something nationally for us and for all the work that he's doing. And want people to know that story, that there were so many people behind the scene that did that. 4 years ago, I stood before you. I made a lot of promises. I'm a CPA by trade. I work at Meharry Medical College. My kids went to school in Western, not Nashville. You know the story by now. And I gave a lot of promises of things that I want to do if elected. And I can say that, look at my record, you've seen me there. I've been out there fighting for affordable housing, for our education system. I voted for a lot of things that put financial empowerment in our community, and I want to continue to do that. My most embarrassing moment was in high school. I was the senior prefect for my school. I got in a fight with a friend, and I was demoted. That told me that, you have to learn to not get angry.
Okay,
and
time
to
is up.
All
All right, I know it's hard for me to talk in 90 or 60 seconds, so I applaud you guys. We will go to Russ Pulley, and we asked the question to give your opening statement, tell us who you are, what your goals and objectives are in office, and what the most embarrassing thing that happened to you in school is that still makes you cringe today. So we're going to give you the opportunity in 90 seconds to answer that. I think that your mic's not on, so if you could.
What was the most embarrassing in school? Is that what you said?
Yes, if you can tell us that in your opening statement within that 90-second time frame, what's the most embarrassing thing that happened to you in school that you still cringe about to this day?
Okay. Okay, that's good. I've got an easy answer for that. So anyway, my name is Russ Pulley, and I'll tell you why I'm running. I left a 41-year career in public service at the end of my, most of which was with the federal government and the FBI. And so mainly a law enforcement career. I served in the police department, state police, and the FBI, and the U.S. Department of Labor, along with being a firefighter and a paramedic for all those years. And then when I came to the end of that career, I was really kind of looking to what I want to do in the next chapter of my life. And I wanted to be service oriented because so much of my life has been involved in that. Most of which was youth development and the Boy Scouts and as youth counselors at churches and other organizations. I also was involved in my community with neighborhood associations, PTSA president at Hillsborough. I was also on the state PTA board, so community issues were very important to me. I never thought I'd end up here. Someone tugged at me and said, why don't you consider running for this? And so once I did, I've served as a district councilman for 8 years, and I've really enjoyed that. But it's a much different position than as the council at large. So now, council at large really looks at things more broadly, and it's important to me to get out there and hear what people have to say, and really understand what's important to you. You're going to stop me now, but I wanted to tell you about my embarrassing story. I had to, okay.
You can tell us later, thank you. All right, and so we will go on with questions, and we'll start with you, Sofa, and then make our way down, and then the question after that, we will do the same thing, and that's how we'll run this. We at the National Action Network, as a civil rights organization, we recognize that the people that come to us and the ones that we represent, predominantly the Black community, often question why our legal freedoms don't match our experience with freedom, okay? And so the beginning of looking at that and evaluating that is looking at education as a mode to freedom from oppression. So I'm gonna ask the first question around education, okay? Education plays a crucial role in addressing systemic inequities. What policies would you implement to ensure that students have access to quality education from cradle to career, especially for low-income and marginalized communities? And so the first question is with you, so you can answer, and you have 60 seconds.
Thank you. One of the reasons why I ran was around education. And the biggest thing that I saw, I alluded to the fact that my kids went to school in Western North Nashville, and the disparity in the resources in our school was very obvious. And so when I ran, that was one of the things we wanted to do. So it's not even just about what I wanted to do, it's about some of the things that we've done. The social-emotional learning of our kids is very important. And so one of the things we funded was advocacy center in all our elementary schools, so that when they come to school, all the traumas and things that they bring with them, we can make sure that we're addressing that. We want to make sure that when we fund our schools, when we pay our teachers, we're making sure that it's done across board. It doesn't matter what zip code the school is, that all our children have the resources that they need. I will say that as a council member, we do not control what happens in the school. We only do the funding. But as the chair of the education chair, what I've done this year differently is at every meeting I've invited the chair of the MFPS board to come and talk to the education committee and to tell us what they're doing, and we're asking them serious questions. The last question that we asked was, there's a school that is failing. What are you all doing about that? So those are some of the things that I've done and will continue to do.
Thank you. As a principal, I've been in the school system. What I've discovered is that we have destroyed the school system, and I'll surely choose this time, I hope, to explain my desegregation piece. I remember when desegregation started in the city, and I saw on the news a lady said, we will destroy the school system before we educate African-American people. When we took industry certifications out of the school, such as cosmetology, brick mason, HVAC, when we took that out of the school system, we destroyed the opportunity for economic development for our kids. And that makes absolutely no sense. So that's where we are. What I will do is that I will make a difference and bring those certifications back. If our kids could leave out of high school and get a job in the city, it would curtail violence in our city. My name is Howard Jones. Vote for Howard Jones for proper education in our city. That's experience, not just looking from a distance, but actually boots on the ground. Thank you.
I think the most important thing that children learn in school, starting is learning how to read. We've had different literacy programs in our schools, and we've got to continue not to hold children back if they can't pass a single test in 3rd grade, but to begin at the very beginning with very effective reading instruction. The science on that is so much better, and our schools are learning how we can teach children how to read and provide additional instruction if they're not getting it by 2nd and 3rd grade. So literacy is very important. That is most effective if we start with universal pre-K, so that every child has the opportunity to be exposed to lots of words and lots of thoughts early on in their life. And Metro has expanded our pre-K program, and we need to continue to expand it. And finally, I do agree with Mr. Jones that certification is so important, and we have now the Academies of Nashville that offer the opportunity for a lot of different partnerships with industry, where they're now bringing their businesses into the school so the kids have hands-on experience. We've got commercial kitchens and other things like that. That's a program that we need to encourage and to expand.
McGavock High School in Donaldson stands as a testament of how you turn a school around, so much so that President Obama visited McGavock High School in 2014 to showcase it to the entire country about this is how a community helps support a school. The academy model, to Councilmember Allen's point, is really what turned that school around. It was, I believe McGavock is the 3rd largest high school in the state of Tennessee. It was so large that it became very unmanageable towards the 90s, but the academy model is what we have really used to show kids that here's your future. That's not just take your classes and go to college, but you actually know what you are doing and what you are going to achieve. It adds vocational to college preparatory. It's working in all our high schools across the county here. Graduation rates are up, and that public-private partnership of giving kids the vision about where they are headed is where we truly need to continue to support. Thank you.
For the virtual audience is asking if you would please state your name prior to answering each question, and I apologize if there aren't any name tags. And so that's just a technicality, if you could just state your name before answering.
Hi, I'm Quinn Evans Siegel. So when we talk about cradle to career, we mean literally birth to when you have your first job. It's not just pre-K, it's not just having access to some training in some schools, it's making sure that we have access to affordable, accessible daycare throughout the city. We are one of the only counties in Tennessee that doesn't use the tools that pay for the Titans, the tools that pay for Oracle, to build child care centers, and we've got to start doing that, and we've got to push for it. Our pre-K programs right now are not universal, and they end at 2 p.m. So if you have a job, you can't use it. There's no after school. I could never have put my kids in a daycare that ended at 2 p.m. Our teachers can't even put their kids in our pre-K program. We have to help kids starting at the cradle, and then when they get to career, we've got to make sure those are universal. It can't just be a kitchen here or a shop here. We have to give students real, meaningful choices to figure out their career, to get exposure to it, and we've got to fund it, and we've got to fund our schools, and that's what I would do.
Time.
Hi, Gilbert Ramirez. One thing I've seen when I was out there in the community, going to the schools, reading to the kids, eating lunch with the kids, socializing with the kids, that some of these kids, when they were reading, they had an issue pronouncing certain words. I feel that we need to target these children at a younger age, which is pre-K. And also bring phonics back. Because with phonics learning, these kids are be able to read and do the things that they'll be able to do. When they get to 3rd grade, they don't have to worry about the state holding them back. So I figure we need to target them at pre-K. Also working at extra job, I've noticed local churches have some classrooms that are vacant. Why not invest at the local churches and use their classroom and expand pre-K? That way these kids are getting the learning, because that's how you target the entire. Same thing, I believe in vocational school, but also teach them life skills. A lot of these kids don't have no type of life skills, and when they're out there in the community, they don't know how to do their taxes, balance their checkbook, and things like that. So we need to go back to the basic training of education once again. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, Dolores Vandevort, Dee Dee Vandevort. When we first moved here, my greatest concern was my kids were zoned for a school that was 2 years behind every other school in this district and where we came from in Missouri. That should not be. All schools should be equal no matter where a student lives in the district. If they need to move from one area of another within this city, they should be able to start back up where they were before. I also believe that we forget that we are pouring millions into college education through the lotto. I think we need to address that with the state and see if we can pull monies from the lotto and put it into our primary school districts. Because if kids cannot succeed in that level, how can they succeed in college? I also believe that we need to bring back these programs where we are teaching students, like what was mentioned before, going to VOTEC. That was one of the worst things Missouri ever took out of schools, and one of the worst things Tennessee ever took out of schools. VOTEC is important. Not every kid is college bound, and they need to be able to use their gifts and their talents in the areas that they are strongest in and go ahead and do those things in life. I know as a nurse that would help a lot of people. I've thought about starting my own CNA program because I think it would benefit people in this community to have those kids ready. If they want to go into nursing, they can start working in high school.
Yes, thank you for passing the mic.
Again, I'm Arnold Hayes. First thing, we need to adequately fund public schools. And as someone that actually didn't just look at things on the outside, I went on the inside of schools to try to teach. I actually taught 7th grade math for a year. After I retired, I said I want to give back, and I actually taught 7th grade math, which is not the easiest thing in the world. But some of the problems that I saw was class size. We need to reduce the class size that we have. Also, back years ago, they used to have teachers' aides. But if I'm not mistaken, in Metro, you don't have teachers' aides now. Because I've ran into these type of situations where you're trying to teach 25 to 30 students, and they're not all on the same level. But you have, say, 1 or 2 children that may be on 2nd grade level, but they're in the 2nd grade, in the 7th grade, and then you have others ready to go to college. But you're trying to teach them all at the same time. But if you just had a little bit of help in the classrooms, that would do a great deal. Let's see. Yeah, class size and pay attention to diverse learners is something that we need to do there. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could pass the mic, not really sure if the one next to that is working. That one is or not? It is. Okay, great. Thank you. So you don't need to pass it. Testing. Yes, it works. Let's go.
Okay, thank you for the question. First of all, rapid fire answer, let's know our role. I'm on the council. I'm not on the school board. So there's a limit to the policy issues that we will be able to make decisions on the council. But one of the things I can tell you is that, especially from being involved over at Hillsborough High School for a number of years, is Hillsborough's got a significant minority population and a significant piece of that population who is in concentrated poverty. I believe that all of our children deserve the right to be educated in a first-class facility. And my number one project as a district council member was to fully fund a complete rebuild of Hillsborough High School, and that was accomplished, and we're very proud of that. And that's what I would like to see moving forward. Also, we can have a role in keeping all our children safe, and that's a high priority for me as we move forward under Jeff Syracuse's leadership when we look into our school security in the coming weeks. So thank you for that.
Hi, please state your name prior to answering the question.
Hello, everybody. I am Yolanda Hockett, and I'm running for Metro Council at Large. And one of my main reasons of running is to make sure that our youth are a citywide priority. Our city budget should reflect on a regular basis that our youth are a priority, not just when something happens. And that includes increasing our funding in education. And not only in education, but also in our educators. Just last year, as the president of the Haynes Trinity Neighborhood Coalition, I, along with my fellow members, were able to raise $85,280 for the area high schools, schools in our neighborhood that were on the priority list, by working with the developers that were building in our neighborhood. So we made sure that they not only build in our neighborhood, that they gave back to our neighborhood. So that is one recommendation that I would have. And then also, I would make sure that kids have things to do when once they get out of school. So we need to make sure that we work with the grassroots organizations to get them the funding that they need so that they can make sure that our kids are successful once they get out of school as well.
Thank you. And so we will start the answers to the next question with the person that answered last. And thinking on your roles, and we appreciate hearing your views about education policy. I apologize. So with that being said, people do perish for a lack of knowledge, but people also perish for a lack of resources and access to those resources. Many Black businesses lack the access to funding and resources necessary to succeed in Nashville. How would you support entrepreneurship and facilitate business growth in the Black community? If you can state your name prior to answering, and remember that you have a limited time. Timekeeper's right there. Starting with you.
All right, I am Yolanda Hockett, once again, running for council member at large. I would support businesses, again, on a regular basis. That is part of my platform as well, to make sure that all Nashvillians have economic opportunities. When businesses come to this city, I want to make sure that, again, everybody has an opportunity
to get employment. As a small business owner myself, in conjunction with my son, I definitely do understand that small businesses need resources and they need help. And so as a council member at large, I will make sure that I advocate for the funding for them to be able to do so. And another thing, again, we're in need of making sure that we create generational wealth. And in order to do that, we're gonna need, business owners, particularly Black business owners, to be able to prosper just like our counterparts.
I thank you for the question, Russ Pulley, Metro Council at Large. This is an exciting question, actually, because I look forward to this among many endeavors. It's very, very important to empower people with knowledge and empower those who may not be afforded opportunity with knowledge. Knowledge about how to properly run businesses, how to properly manage budgets and manage money. Around our household, we look at budgetary matters and how to manage money to our kids and growing up, and I see divergent ways of doing this and empowering people. When I was a Boy Scout leader, for example, empowering these scouts to enable them to use these skills moving forward gives them great advantage. So we do have a financial empowerment center that currently is a resource that's available to entrepreneurs. We have an entrepreneur center that's very helpful. And so what I can do to help expand that education and move forward as a policy matter for me is very exciting. Thank you.
Again, I'm Arnold Hayes, and when it comes to small business, just make sure that things are equitable and fair when it comes to small business. If we're actually investing money in whether it's stadiums, East Bank, whatever it is, we want to make sure that small business is not being neglected and everything is going to big business because they have all the accountants and attorneys and everything, but actually making sure that you focus on small business also.
Hi, Dolores Vandermoor. This is an area I think we need to address some of the remodeling. We're selling our souls to outside investors, and no longer does Nashville need to do that. Nashville can host the largest events that are here in the United States. The NFL was an example of that. We have the largest soccer stadium. We have another stadium they're wanting to build now, a baseball stadium. They also have a football stadium that actually is under the number of seats that's required by the NFL for a Super Bowl, and that seems to be the push for this new stadium. The big thing that I've seen here are TIFs, tax increment financing for outside investors building large buildings downtown. As a matter of fact, one of the wealthiest areas in town, the Gulch, it was a TIF project. If we need to help people build in lower income areas, then maybe if you're going to utilize TIF, which I'm not a fan of in a city that is the IT city, but utilizing those kinds of things for people with small businesses, I think would be more beneficial. And actually, if other things were not TIF'd, we would have a better tax base to assist new businesses within the residents of Nashville rather than outside people coming in and building and not investing in our areas like they should. That's all I have to say.
Gilbert Ramirez, Council at Large. Owning a business for 6 years, I know how hard it is, how difficult to find the resource and the finance and the capital that you need to make sure that your employees are being paid and making sure they got health insurance and the vacation time and the sick time. That way you have that capital to pay them. One thing that I will make sure is when these kids go to these vocational schools, we need to teach them how to become entrepreneurship in school as well. Teach them how to do their taxes. Teach them how to do their, open up a bank account, get their EIN number. That way, when they become a business owner, they know exactly what they need to do. Get the resource, teach them the different resources within Metro, in Davidson County or elsewhere that would be willing to fund them and give them the resource that they need. That's very important. So that's something that we could teach these kids in vocational school. At the same time, I would partner with the people that I had in the past when I was doing my community outreach, making sure that anyone that wants to open up a business or needs some help, that way they're able to go to these resources that we have here already and teach them how to become a successful business. Because remember, we all able to open up a business and be successful, but by giving them the roadway for success. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a brief announcement before we move on. As you can see, our motto in the background is no justice, no peace. And so today we're having this candidate forum to stimulate discourse. We may not agree with everything that is being said, and we're not pushing an agenda outside of justice. So those of you that may be viewing from our virtual audience or either here in the audience that have more questions about how the candidates plan to reach their goals and objectives or their agenda, want to know more about their agenda, please feel free to ask them and engage with them afterwards, right? Civic engagement is very important. And so I definitely would say connect with them and ask, hey, you said XYZ, how do you plan to do that? Right? That hasn't worked in the past or it worked and we just need to, you know, that's part of the discourse. All right. And so just leaving that for you guys. And I do see the questions. I'm making another announcement to the virtual audience. You may put your questions in the chat. And if we have time or time allows, I will get to them. And so next, please.
Hi, Quinn Evans-Siegel. People perish for a lack of resources, and we have significantly underfunded support for small, local, minority, and women-owned businesses for years. We actually used to fund it. We used to have an office, and we had an entire employee dedicated to that job. And it has not been funded for the past several years. I made a really big push last year on the IDB to get it in council's budget, and unfortunately, we didn't get it there. So we still don't have that person. But what does that person do when we have it? That person gets resources to people. And what are resources? They're grants. Because we know that our small businesses, TIFs are too expensive, pallets are too expensive, bonds are too expensive. They need money. And those come in the form of grants. And we've done that before, and we've got to do it again. Resources also look like having someone who can guide them through the process. I've been a small business owner. My dad is a small business owner. My husband's a small business owner. I'm an attorney, and I will tell you that even for me, starting a business in Davidson County is an incredibly opaque process. We have no website anybody can go to see if I need a license, what are the areas that are licensed? Where do I file taxes? Who controls stuff at the Secretary of State? I hear from experienced and inexperienced business owners all the time that they can't find what they need from Metro, and that's because we don't have anybody there doing it. And we've got to get that in the budget and make that a priority.
Time.
Hi, Jeff Syracuse. The definition of economic and community development has truly changed over the past 30 plus years across this county. When we put a broad general plan together in the early 90s, it was that downtown has got to be the beating heart, and we are going to push prosperity out to the county line. We were chasing advanced manufacturing, healthcare, tech, corporate relocations, and music are the 5 major areas of business that we've been chasing. Well, we've been seeing that the 4 I just mentioned is starting to rub out the 5th, which is the true DNA and the heart and the culture of our city. We then put together a general plan called Nashville Next in 2015, and the idea was that downtown was mission accomplished, and we need to start supporting our small businesses and our communities across the county. If we don't start supporting small businesses as part of that plan of Nashville Next, then we're not achieving it. We've got to take all the prosperity that downtown has and push that out to the county line. It is true, grants, support for small businesses, and I'll tell you the real true equity issue for small business is a real estate issue. Not being able to afford a piece of property to open up your business or to have those costs, the rising cost of being able to open up the business. So within the mayor's office, we've got to make sure that the director of economic development, which is happening under Mayor Cooper, we've got to have plans for small business that focus like the laser on our communities as we build them.
Time.
Berkeley Allen, running for Metro Council at Large. I'll pick up on that theme of our Office of Economic and Community Development. Latanya Chaniel, the new director, is in the midst of a study at this point to look at how we can support both small businesses through a market value analysis and also looking at what our community priorities are. So I've talked with her about our developing a website that says, if you're coming to Nashville, this is what's important to us, this is what you need to do, and a website that also says, small businesses, we want to keep you working, come to us, and we can tell you how to do that. So that needs to be that point of information that we don't have currently. We also have a very, I think, robust procurement system that deliberately has goals for minority in business and women in business participation. And you can look at other large projects that the city has done, like the Music City Center, where minority businesses were given a key role, and they are now the leaders in ensuring that the next big project that we're going to do will also include minority businesses. And that is beginning to have a multiplier effect that I'm really excited to see. So we are at the end of our disparity study that will show how we are meeting those goals, and if we're not, then we will readjust what those what the tactics are to ensure that if we're not meeting our minority and women business participation, that we are more deliberate about building capacity and also ensuring that they're aware of the opportunities there.
Thank you.
My name is Howard Jones, Council at Large candidate. Economic development, economic depravity. This is an it city, great city, fantastic city. But if you ride down Jefferson Street, going North Nashville, you'll see a tale of two cities. You'll find out also that some of the candidates that are in power have empowered those who've been empowered. If you find $2 billion plus for a football stadium, it'll trickle down. I call that trickle down of economic voodoo economics. I think we can come together, have some summits with those who are small business owners, think tank sessions. We can get with the National Black Assembly, begin to indeed look at tourism. Tourism has been fantastic. However, you've done a good job. Fantastic. Now let's deal with the families and the depravity of those who've been living in Nashville all this time and begin to bring those tax dollars that we pay to make that indeed fun for the development of our community. We can do it. I believe we can. I've done it. Kingdom Cafe, small affordable housing with faith-based industries. We can do that. I believe in this city. But we need to hold this city accountable for the tax dollars that we pay. We just went and absolutely increased property taxes. Where is the money? Somebody should say, where's the money? I can't hear you. Where's the money? Where is the money? Let's bring it to the areas that are blighted. Thank you. I'm Howard Jones. Vote Howard Jones.
Thank you. I'm a CPA, and part of what I did was helping small business and doing business plans for them. And as an incumbent, last 4 years when I came, I made a lot of promises like everyone running now. So I want to let you know some of the things that I've actually done or that we've done for small businesses. And I think that what we need to do is find a better way for people to know what is there so they can take advantage of it. One of the bills that I passed lately was to say that 20% of the money that goes into housing development for bonds fund should be for small developers, so that people in our communities can take advantage of it and we can be part of that growth. Another thing that we did for small businesses is that to do business with Metro, there is a very low threshold, $5,000, that you have to have an audit if you get $5,000. That was a barrier that made a lot of people not to do business with Metro. So I sponsored a bill that actually increased that threshold so our people can be a part of it. I'm also part of the village. There's a village resources for people that are in businesses that they can come and talk about it. I'll be doing a classes on if you have a business, what do you do? All the things that we're talking about. So we're doing that. We just need to do more. We need to make sure people know where those resources are. And if elected, just like I look at things and find solutions in the last 4 years, I want to continue to do that and build on the things that we're already doing. It's not enough. There's a lot that we can still do, and that's what we need to do. But please look at those resources. Let's share them. Let's be a part of it. We need economic empowerment. We have to have financial empowerment for our community so we don't stay in servitude forever. And a way to do that is for all of us to know what is out there. What are the things that other people are getting so we can get it too. So 20% of bonds fund, take advantage of it.
Thank you for those answering those questions. And so again, here at the National Action Network, we don't endorse any particular response. And if you have any questions and you're watching or in the room and just want to understand more about the governance structure, what all does their role entail, right? What are the responsibilities? Answering to the people. What those policies look like? What does voting look like, right? All about the governance structure and the know your rights types of stuff. Please reach out to us. We definitely want to educate, unite, and empower you. You can find us either by looking it up on the web, the World Wide Web, Google, right? National Action Network Middle Tennessee chapter, or go to Facebook, where we're actually going live right now and share this information out. And so that being said, we want to ask a question from one of our youth, and I believe that youth is in the room. So the National Action Network has youth members who will also be voters within the next 4 years. And we understand that they're very attentive to what is happening socially and politically, locally, statewide, and nationally. And they have questions that they would like to ask, and so I will go ahead and ask their question. How would you ensure that Black students have access, I'm sorry, scratch that one, please, I apologize. Climate change disproportionately affects low-income communities and communities of color, including Nashville's Black residents. How would you address the issue of environmental justice and ensure that everyone has access to a clean and healthy environment?
Thank you. So grateful to the youth. I think we can see the youth moving and helping us in so many ways. Nashville has made a lot of, we've passed some bills through Councilmember Freddie O'Connor is still on the council that deals with our sustainability and environmental issues. But there's still a whole lot that we need to do. And so there are engineers on the council, there are people in the community that are looking into that. My passion has always been the budget and housing and education. I don't know a whole lot about environmental issues, but I do support every bill that comes before council because I believe that that's something that we need to do, that's something that we must do, and I know that that's a way that it affects all our quality of life. I know it affects how we live, and so I'm a very much supporter of it. I cannot tell you policy-wide everything about it because I don't want to say something that I didn't, but when you talk about education, you talk about housing, that's the place that I am. And as far as our Black youth being empowered, that's something that I've always done. I've worked with the youth over the years. I have youth interning for me, and I support our youth and all the issues that are out there. So environmental issues, we still have our work cut out for us, but all the bills that we've passed over the years that has to do with sustainability, clean energy, I've been a supporter of it, not the main sponsor, but I've co-sponsored them because I do believe they're very important.
Thank you. Howard Jones, Council at Large. Think about climate change and African American youth in this city. I start thinking about also infrastructure in this city. I think about safety. I think about those things that we have not really strategically planned for. We plan for the rich, but the poor are left out. We have not strategically looked at our children. We look at them with disdain. And when the economics of this city is as it is, then our children commit greater heinous crimes. It's our fault. We're a better city than this, but without planning, without a vision, our people are perishing. For instance, the infrastructure here on Jefferson Street. If you ride down during a rainy time, you will find that you will smell the stench because of the infrastructure. It's because of a lack of, surely you're talking about climate change, change the infrastructure of North Nashville, and it'll be better. Not only that, bike lanes would be great. Surely a safe community, you would need a safe community to ride a bike in the community. So we need to come together and have a conversation about economic development and bring it home to North Nashville and the poorer areas. Thanks.
Berkeley Allen, in my day job, I'm a mechanical engineer and I actually work on energy efficiency. So this is the topic that I spend a lot of time thinking about. And I was very supportive of the 3 bills that Councilmember Freddie O'Connell passed that lowered the mileage on our Metro's fleet and also set a goal for switching to electric cars and to have our buildings have a lower energy consumption. That sets Metro up to be a leader for the city and so that we can set an example and ask the rest of the city to follow suit on us. Also was the lead sponsor on our dark skies legislation that simply says use light only where you need it, only when you need it, and aim it in your own yard. And that's an energy saver that will reduce our carbon footprint and also is better for the environment. And I have been a sponsor of tree legislation, specifically funding our Root Nashville campaign so that we can restore our tree canopy with special emphasis on minority neighborhoods that suffer from heat island effect and other issues that are not good for people's health and also not good for their mental health. There's definite evidence that the trees are good for your spirit. And finally, I'm an advocate of multimodal transportation, which if we can get people out of their cars and walking or on bicycles, that again reduces our carbon footprint and also air pollution as well. So those are issues that I have worked on and will continue to work on as a council member at large.
Thank you, Jeff Syracuse. This is definitely an issue where our youth are critically important to make sure that they hold us accountable because the future obviously belongs to them. We have a goal, a broad plan of being carbon neutral by 2041 here in Nashville. We have work to do to be able to achieve that. It's multifaceted. We are leading in regards to buildings that we are building, whether it's our schools, whether it's our new library in Donaldson that is LEED certified. We need to probably create a better dashboard to be able to show publicly in a little more transparent way about how we are going to achieve that goal by 2041. But it is a critical goal that we do achieve. And it is a perfect example of the rising tide lifts all boats approach, because as cities across this nation do that, they will be able to change this country. And I'll give you one specific example. I was chair of parks during the Great Cherry Tree debacle. And you remember that when the draft came to town and we cut down a bunch of cherry trees. I made a promise and I delivered on that about creating legislation that gives greater transparency and dashboard to the overall tree canopy to metro parks and every single metro-owned property. We passed that, and now we do have a dashboard to show how not that we are cutting down our trees on public property, but we are growing that tree canopy, and I'm proud of that. Thank you.
All right, before the next candidate answers, I want to reiterate that we are offering an opportunity for this discourse to take place. Please make sure that if you have further questions to engage with the candidate afterwards. Also, if you have a media platform where you do podcasts and things like that, I think it's a good opportunity to engage with them around answering these questions, understanding more about their agenda one-on-one, and then sharing that information back with the people. So I want to just give you that thought, and let's have the next answer.
Hi, Quinn Evans-Siegel. When we think about climate change, we think about typically new builds that we need to build to certain standards, but 80% of our buildings well into the future will be old buildings that we have to retrofit. And we've got to take a more active role in getting those federal dollars that are out there to retrofit buildings, and we need to focus those federal dollars on communities where they can't afford on their own to retrofit those buildings, right? Which is a bit of a win-win because we help with climate, but we also lower energy costs to residents in those neighborhoods where we're able to retrofit them and change their energy sources out and do the things we need to make them better, more sound buildings. It means multimodal transit, which we already know certain communities use more than others, right? And we need to make sure that when you're using that, you've got a nice bus stop with trees that get you there and the shade to walk. I live right by Belmont, so my neighborhood plants a lot of trees. And we also have the 12 South bike lanes. But those need to be everywhere for everybody. It shouldn't just be that because I'm lucky enough to live in a neighborhood that can raise the money for the trees and fight for the bike lanes that we get them. Everybody throughout Nashville should get those. All right.
Gilbert Ramirez, Council at Large. One thing that I used to do when I was working with the police department as the liaison, which was a program called the L Protector Program, I used to go out there with the councils at certain districts and do cleanup because they used to schedule days for people to go out and do cleanups. Then I used to work at the schools, and I used to see schools that was teaching kids about the importance of keeping your neighborhood clean. But the only thing they did was they kept it in the school area. What we need to do is bring that back into the school system, teach these youth about environmental, to keep their neighborhood clean, but that just don't clean the school area. Let's take them out to the neighborhood. That way they could start teaching and seeing, other kids could see that these students are doing that. Plus they need community hours for their college. Why not utilize it? That way they could gain the hours they need for their college. Also, the most important thing is education. We need to educate the community about the importance of that. Also, waste management is using clean energy trucks. Why not invest in NDOTs, which used to be called Met Public Works? Let's convert their trucks into clean energy trucks. That way they're out there, not polluting the community. And also the same thing, right now, WeGo is using buses that are batteries. So that's what we need to do is education.
Hi. Thank you. Hi, Dolores Vanderboer. First, to answer to the children and the youth, it starts with you. I know when I was in school, we were taught, don't litter, don't throw things away, don't use things that you have to just toss in the trash. I mean, my mom, we never had paper plates, and things like that. And I today really don't care for them much myself anymore. I think that's what we have to look at, not being a wasteful society. In nursing, I see more trash than you want to talk about anymore. It seems like our trash cans are empty 3 to 4 times a day in one room. But what I've seen here in Nashville is I live not too far from a landfill here. I was told it was only for construction, but I'm smelling a horrible odor that comes out of that. I'm sure other things. When we are building, we need to have these people who are tearing these houses down, that they have to recycle these things. There's a lot of brick going into landfills that could be reutilized. There's a lot of issues where we're overbuilding in places. It's going to cause a lot of major issues if there's another rain like in 2010, which we've already seen in 2019. And my neighborhood is one of those that is affected by that. And so that is so important that we need to make these builders put trees up when they build homes. They can't just come in and bulldoze everything out. We cannot have variances going to these people to build 13 homes on 2 city lots. Just 2 houses. Thank you.
Again, I'm Arnold Hayes, candidate for council at large. One of the things that I will do as council at large is that I look at as being part of my job is to help keep young people safe. And by doing that, it also means that you're allowed to live a long, productive life. Let's say, I'd love to see everyone live to be 120, but we know right now in different areas that's not the case. One of the things that I would definitely do is I would advocate for environmental justice review of large projects. Whenever there's a project in the city, I want to see what's going to be the impact environmentally on that. Also, when it comes to Black and brown people, I would defend the expansion of the Bordeaux landfill. I would make sure that doesn't happen because usually the people that get dumped on is usually Black and brown people, and that needs to stop.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. There's a lot to unpack in that answer, and I couldn't do it in the time allotted. So I'll make this point, especially being as this question is brought to us by our youth. Many of you mentioned already Freddie O'Connell bringing a bill to us that deals with this very issue. We affectionately call it on the council Freddie's Green New Deal. But when he brought it to us, I became deeply involved in that bill. And actually, Freddie would tell you, work to make substantive changes to make the bill better. But I don't have that opportunity if Freddie doesn't bring it to us. Freddie doesn't bring it to us unless people are working with him to help try to create this. So we need people like you and people like the youth of our city to come to us and bring to us your ideas and your thoughts around these issues. We are all accessible, and we want you to reach out to us. So engage us, hold us accountable, make us defend our positions, and bring these ideas to us so that we can carry them forth to the city. Thank you.
Hello, once again, everybody. I am Yolanda Hockey, running for council member at large. What I would do will be to partner with organizations, particularly grassroots organizations that are doing the work of climate change and environmental issues, so that I may learn more about the issue and be able to address it as they see fit. I would also continue to advocate for no more grease plants, no more rock quarries, and no more industrial warehousing in Bordeaux and North Nashville.
Okay, that's all we have time for. I see some questions in the virtual chat field, so I will encourage you again to reach out to the candidate and ask for a conversation and a discussion around how they plan to implement what they're talking about, their agenda, all of that. And I also think there may be some room for us to host a debate because of the things that I'm seeing in the comment field. So I appreciate that. That's all we have time for. Again, if you would like to give an applause, thank you to the candidates for sharing that information, and we appreciate you coming today. That's it. Yes, you can give 60 seconds of a closing statement, and we'll start from the last speaker all the way down, 60 seconds. Real strict on that time, too.
I'm Yolanda Hockett. I'm running for council member at large so that our youth can be a citywide priority. Housing can be preserved for native Nashvillians, and economic opportunities can be experienced by all Nashvillians. Vote Hockett on the docket.
Thank you very much. I'm Russ Pulley, running for council at large. I've enjoyed serving the district, and I think that as voters, it's important that you look at us and you elect people who are public servants, not politicians. You know, look at people and hold us accountable to our answers, and elect people who tell you the truth, even though it might not be what you want to hear. You want to hear direct and truthful answers, not people who run polls and tell them what you want to hear. So I would encourage you to do your diligence and try to elect people like that. Thank you.
Again, I'm Arnold Hayes, and the reason that I'm running primarily is because on Christmas morning, on the coldest day of the year, I went down to the Union Rescue Mission and I served there. And I saw all these people, families, children needing help. And I said, we have to do better as a city. Even though there were other reasons that I wanted to run, I said, we got to do something. So when I'm in the council, I'm going to be looking out for the least of these. I am a caring person. I am battle tested. I've been on the ground. When there are issues that need to be worked on, I've stood the test. And I'm also ready to work. Arnold Hayes, my website is not quite up, but it'll be hayesfornashville.com. Thank you.
Hi, Dolores Vandervoort, at-large candidate. I am coming to you as a political outsider. I am a constituent for the constituency. I'm not running for a salary. I'm not running for insurance. I'm not running for anything but to bring Nashville back to the residents of Nashville, because it is so important that the people in the community are in charge of what goes on in their community versus outside investment coming in and turning everything over, taking your communities away from you. I have seen it happen, and it's not pretty. I came to Nashville 23 years ago and loved the big city attitude of Nashville, not the big town attitude of Nashville, and not the big city in which I have moved from. I have seen a lot of things change here, some good and some not so good. But I am here to work for you, and I'm willing to work for you, and I can only promise you integrity and honesty.
The most important thing for me to be your counsel at large is accountability. I want to make sure that when I vote for something, it's going to benefit everyone as a whole. It has to be a win-win situation. It's not one-sided, it's all-sided. Because when you don't reach out to the community or make a vote that benefits the community, guess what? It's not a nationality or religion, it's a community. So we got to make sure that the community is striving, the community is prospering, making sure that the community is benefiting, not only in the school system, but also safety. Making sure the police department is getting the accurate personnel for them that people could feel safe. The same thing is infrastructure, making sure your sidewalk, your streets, your sewers, your pipelines are being repaired. So that's the most important thing, making sure that we're not giving money away, but also.
Time.
Quinn Evans Siegel. Look, I want a Nashville where Nashvillians can afford to live here and want to live here. And I think we can still build that, and we can get that Nashville for people. One of my very first cases as a baby lawyer was to preserve affordable housing in a neighboring state. We had some clients come to us and say that the government, the state was hostile to affordable housing, and they were going to get taxed out of existence, and people would not be afforded to live there. And I spent over a year working to change the law at the state level with the state government that didn't value affordable housing, so that people could still afford to live throughout that state. And I have been working for people to have affordable, just, and supported lives ever since then. And we can do that in Nashville too, and I want to do that, and I hope you'll support me.
Jeff Syracuse, running for council at large to continue the important work I've been doing over the past 8 years on council, and I'll give you a specific example. Next week, a press release is going out from the council office. I currently serve as the chair of public health and safety, and that press release will be titled Safe Schools and Communities, Addressing the Gun Violence Epidemic. There's probably no other greater important issue facing our community right now, and we will be having a robust 3 special meeting series about gun violence and keeping our schools safe. We have the Uvalde Foundation coming to Nashville to help guide us in that regard. We need to figure out how we take our place among cities afflicted by this, and the rising tide lifts all boats, and make sure that we advocate and take our place and advocate to end gun violence across this nation. Thank you.
Berkeley Allen, running for Metro Council at large. I'm asking for your vote so I can continue to put my 25 years of neighborhood activism experience, my 12 years of council experience, and my service on the Affordable Housing Committee, the Tax Abatement Committee, the Greenways Commission, the Vision Zero Committee, the School Report Card Committee, and the Solid Waste Master Plan Committee to work. I want to work for successful schools, safe, walkable, bikeable communities, housing affordability, and for smart growth that protects our small businesses and allows our institutions to thrive. Berkeley Allen for Metro Council.
Elect Howard Jones, Council at large. One who will fight for you, but will not quit on you. One that will indeed push for public safety. One that will indeed organize true affordable housing, fully educating and fully funding education. My name is Howard Jones. I have established businesses in North Nashville. I have affordable housing. We have an 8-acre community garden that we will indeed feed our seniors who are hungry in this city. A vote for Howard Jones will be a vote for you. Thank you, elect Howard Jones, Council at large.
I'm Zulfa Suara. I look for that Z on the ballot, and I'm asking for your re-election. 4 years ago, I stood before you and made a lot of promises. I asked you to go and Google my name, go to my website, and find out that the last 4 years I have been working for you. I have been fighting for you. When I found out about eviction and the lack of representation, I did a pilot that pays for attorney to represent people that are facing eviction. This afternoon, we'll be talking about how we can take advantage of the 20% of the bonds fund. And that's just some of the things that I've been able to do, because I am the community. When we talk about Black and brown community, I'm a Muslim, I'm a woman, I'm Black. So those issues are not just issues for me, it's my life. And so I know what it's about, and I bring those voices to the table. I ask that you give me one more chance to continue to represent you, because it's not just about talk, it's about action. Go and find out. I want to continue to vote for you. Vote for Zulfa Suara.
So thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I appreciate each and every one of you all. Can we give them a hand? You all have enlightened us on some information that we did not know, and we know where your passion is. And so I really appreciate you as president of National Action Network. Thank you so much, and I will be in touch again. Thank you. I ask that all candidates of districts, can you please come to the stage? I don't know how many is here and who all are here, so I just want you all to come to the stage until we fill up every seat. And I am going to, as they come up, okay, as they come up, we're going to ask Mr. Samuel X. He's a really good friend of mine, and I really appreciate who he is and the platform he stands on. Hello? Okay. So we're going to ask him to come up, and he's going to say a couple of words until everybody gets on the stage. Thank you so much.
I'm just going right here. I'm trying to see what the power looks like.
I'm just standing up. Admin spoke to the stream. And then what you can do is, that's why I did it on two devices. Give us 1 second. We're coming back online.
candidate. And again, yet I struggle with that because, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't really like politics too much. I'm not a politician. However, I do understand the importance of what happens in the environment where you live. And as I looked at the banner for the National Action Network, and I see it says no justice, no peace. And just a little bit about myself so you know who you're talking to. I'm sorry, I just jumped right in here. But my name is Brother Samuel X, and I serve as the student minister of Muhammad Mosque, number 60 in the Nation of Islam. I am a student of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, but I'm also a brother and a servant of this community. I'm thankful for that. And again, as I was looking at this banner where it says no justice, no peace, I thought about a scripture in the book of Isaiah in the 59th chapter and the 14th verse, and it says that, and judgment is turned away backward, and justice stands afar off, for truth is fallen, and the street and equity cannot come in. I know we're not really here to hear about religion, and I'm not here to talk religion. Because at the core of justice, we cannot have justice unless there is truth at the very root and the very core and the very fiber of everything that is being discussed here today. What I'm going to say is not really popular. I'm not here to tickle ears. I'm not here to say stuff that sounds nice. What I am here to do is to stand on what I know to be the truth. Because what I know to be the truth is that which is for the benefit, the upliftment, and the strengthening of the people and the community. I personally, as well as my teacher, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, does not teach us that as individuals who come up to speak for the masses of the people, that you should have your own individual agenda. My teacher teaches me and us that time dictates agenda. What time is it? Is it time for more sport and play? Is it time for us to have frivolous activities? Is it time for us to have more partying? Is it time for us to have more fun? Or is it time, and you can tell what time it is by looking at the environment that surrounds us. The sun is a great indicator of what time it is. If it's dark outside, you know, I do come, I may not look it, but I do come from an era where when the street lights came on, it was time for you to go inside. I gave a little bit away at my age there. So time does definitely tell you what you should be doing. It's dark in our society. And if it's dark in our society, that's telling us the time is for us to focus on the future of that society in order for us to be able to make the changes that are necessary. I did hear an expression, I believe it's attributed to Albert Einstein, that says that the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over and over again, but yet expect a different result. I don't think it's wise for the people to wait for a candidate to present an agenda to you. But what it is, if we look at what should be done, because time will dictate that, the people must dedicate and actually edify an agenda that represents the best interests of all of the people. And then you select candidates who are truthful, that will stand on the principles of that agenda, and then you can hold them accountable. It's hard to hold somebody accountable off of things that they feel and they say about themselves as an individual, especially if you've never heard that before. So what we should be doing, honestly, as a people, is decide the agenda for the people to stand on that'll represent us. Does that make sense? I believe in the book of John, it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and then the Word became flesh and it dwelled among men. Well, in the beginning of these political campaigns, there must be the agenda. The agenda that is for the people. the agenda that the people have decided that represents their best interest. In the beginning of any campaign, there should be an agenda from among the people that are deciding what's going to best represent their interests, but not necessarily personal interests. When that's at the beginning, then the candidates that are put before the community, they carry that agenda or that word with them. And when that agenda has been soaked into the very fiber of their being and is rooted in truth, then the agenda becomes them and they become the agenda. In the beginning was the word, in the beginning was the agenda, and the agenda was with the candidates, and the candidates became the agenda. That is something that if we're looking at amongst ourselves, if we are truthful about what we want and truthful about what we need, we can actually change the dynamic of insanity, because quite honestly, what I see, and if I think we keep it real up in here today, a lot of what we see is insanity. Because we're going about our business in the same way and fashion that is not working for us. So I stumbled, Sister Cheryl, because I was wondering, like, does she really know what she's asking me to come up here and do? Because I'm not interested, and I don't think we should be interested in doing things the same way that we have been doing. What I think we need to be interested in is, what is it that the people are needing? We know we need education. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan taught us that we live in a society of perverse incentives. Wow, what does that mean? Well, why is it that athletes are paid millions of dollars, but teachers are paid crumbs? Why does not the focus, since the teachers are responsible for guiding and shaping the youth, and the youth are the future, we say it as a mantra, but where are the works and the efforts that are actually being put behind to show that we value the children as we should? Is it talk? Is it puff and smoke and mirrors, or is it really a part of the agenda? So if we place value, and you can tell what you value because you put your money in your mouth where you value. And if we really value these things, then we would show that this is the platform that the people want to be represented, and then we put that before those who say they want to represent us. I wish you all success, and I'll be praying for you, because you have a hefty job that is ahead of you. But I pray that each and every one of you that wish to represent the people, that first of all, the people come together and decide what the agenda is, and then those who are running actually adopt that agenda. Rather than telling the people what they think they should be hoping and voting on, the people have to have an understanding what they are voting for and on. So as I close, I want to thank you again, Sister Cheryl, and I'm asking that we start doing things more differently than we have been, and that we're not looking to say or do things that sound nice, but we are actively showing the people that we actually stand for them. I greet you again as I came with the greeted words of peace. Assalamu alaikum.
We're going to do another intro. Okay, I'll read my own advice. You guys can know who I am. Not a problem. And I want to say thanks for the wisdom and discernment, always boldness to consistent boldness from the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. Thank you for that. All right, I am Christina Laster, to the candidates, and I will be your moderator. Okay. I'm with the National Action Network, Middle Tennessee, and I serve as their policy and legislation ambassador. And here's a little bit more about me. So I'm just going to read directly from here so I don't have to be Christina Laster, a trailblazing advocate and change maker who is dedicated to driving positive change through justice-driven solutions. As a leader in the civil rights movement, I have amassed extensive expertise in K-12 education policy and legislation, earning both a bachelor's degree in political science from the University of San Diego Institute of Peace and Justice and a master's degree in business. I am from California, and I am also nationally recognized because I made a name for myself by being a dynamic and experienced speaker with particularly focusing on advocating for Black children and families in order to improve their lives. My relentless commitment to championing causes that dismantle systemic oppression and promoting an unassailable Black agenda has cemented my reputation as a respected voice in the world of policy and legislation. And so today I will be your moderator. And those of you that want more information, you can look in this book, this amazing book. I hope you got your book. Learn more about the National Action Network, Middle Tennessee, all of the things that they're doing to unite, educate, and empower as part of their mission. And now I will bring forward the formal announcements. Those of you who are watching in our virtual audience, please place your questions in the chat, and I will do my very best as time allows to get to them. The National Action Network is one of the leading civil rights organizations in the nation with chapters throughout the entire United States. Founded in 1991 by Reverend Al Sharpton, NAN works within the spirit and tradition of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to promote a modern civil rights agenda. The mission of the Middle Tennessee chapter is to inform, unite, and empower our community. As I ask questions, we will start with our opening statements. You are allowed 90 seconds. Timekeeper is really strict on me, so I'm going to be really strict on y'all. And I'm going to give you the same icebreaker, which is, what's the most embarrassing thing that happened to you in school that you still cringe about to this day? So please answer that along with your opening statement, and we'll begin with District 1 and go that way. And then the person that responds last will be answering the next question first, and then we'll come back down this way. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Timekeeper statement. When you see this green, that means you have 45 seconds left. When you see the yellow, you have 30 seconds. And when you see the red, that's when I'm going to say time. And we don't have a buzzer, so don't make me make a loud noise or anything like that. I appreciate you guys respecting the timekeeper. Okay, District 1. What's the most embarrassing thing that happened to you in school that you still cringe about to this day? Please state your name and district prior to responding to the question.
Hi, I'm Rob Harris. I'm a Nashville native and I'm running for District 1. I have been here for the majority of my life and I've tried to service the people of this district. I'm married to a metro school teacher, and you know, schools are certainly important to me. But as an individual who lives in District 1, I've seen our schools be troubled. I've seen 2 schools closed, Alex Doreen Elementary and the middle school in Jolton. So, you know, when I was deciding whether I wanted to run for this office, I thought, what are the reasons that I really should be here? And first, I was a 14-year employee of the city. Started out as an intern and made my way all the way to the mayor's office. I worked as a chief of staff in the city, so I know how the city runs. Additionally, I oversaw the 2020 census for Davidson County and the 2020 disaster response that some of you remember when we were hit with tornadoes. So that's it. But I also am Christy's husband and I'm Rain's father. And I refuse to let this district go down.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Joy Kimbrough.
and I'm running for District 1. I was born in District 1, and as an adult, when I moved out of my parents' house, I moved down the street, still in District 1. I went to Wade, I'm a lifelong resident. I went to Wade Elementary, I went to Jordani Elementary, I went to Cumberland Elementary, I went to Jolton Middle, and I graduated from Heights Creek. I'm a hard worker. I'm not going to get into a lot about what I've done because most of you know my work in the community. You've seen me in the community. You've seen me fight for the downtrodden, the overlooked, the disenfranchised. You've seen me there. So I don't have to go into that. And if you don't remember, Google me, please. I'm going to bring that same ferocity and vigor to the council for District 1 because we have some catching up to do. We have some catching up to do. And I'm there for that. It was put on my heart to do this. I've stopped taking cases like I used to. So I have the time, I have the money. I'm not going to be enticed to make any little side deals. That's not going to happen with me. I'm honest, I'm transparent, and I will be asking everyone in District 1 to vote for me. If you're not there, please reach out to whoever you know in the district. Thank you. Yeah. I forgot to answer the question.
Is your mic? Okay.
Hello. Hello, my name is Tim Thompson. I'm running for councilman in District 1. I'm a Nashville resident, born and raised here. I've been in District 1 as a business owner for the last 12 years. I have been a resident of District 1 for the last 6 years. Some of my community engagement, I teach golf. I've taught golf on my property there. I've been an event planner in the community as well. One of my most embarrassing moments that I've had, which kind of fostered me to become a barber. I had an opportunity to get an S-curl put in my hair, and it straightened my hair really straight. And I had to cut my hair before going to the first day of school. And so that was my biggest problem. It's quite an embarrassing moment, but I did fix it, which is what it trained me to do as an individual, is to find problems and find out how to fix them. What I plan on doing in District 1 is I look forward to helping our community come back together, develop the communication between state, city, and the local people in our community, and help reestablish the control of our own community by supplying leadership. I'm Tim Townsend. I'm asking for your vote for District 1 Council. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the National Action Network for putting this on. My name is Sean Daly, and I'm running for District 1 Council. And I am just tickled to be here. I've waited for this for a long time. I've wanted to represent this district for a long time because, frankly, we've had chronic underrepresentation in District 1. And I was unwilling to sit idly by yet again and see it happen again to my district. So I decided to stop sitting on my hands and to run for this seat. And the reason I'm running is because we're in desperate need of leadership. Myself, I'm a Nashville native, I'm an Army veteran, and I hold a master's degree in civic leadership, and I know what it takes to take what we have in District 1, which is an incredible opportunity to take what we have in our assets and say no to outside investments that don't represent our people and our values, and say yes to those that do. And it takes somebody with strong leadership to be able to navigate that, because it's coming. The most embarrassing moment for me, you have to mention elementary school. I was stung by a hornet on my ear, and it swelled up to the size of a tennis ball, and I had to walk around with that all day. So that wasn't fun. Thank you, Sean Daly, for council. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jennifer Gamble, and I'm the current council member for District 3. I am running for re-election. Prior to being elected in 2019 to represent District 3, I've been a community leader for over 20 years and served as a neighborhood association president, served on various Nashville boards, Nashville Neighborhood Alliance. I served as the Metro Beautification Commissioner. my goal and my priorities in running for council was to work to improve the quality of life in my community, focusing on fostering strong neighborhoods, improving infrastructure and transportation in our area, and also improving access to education for all. And I've done that the last 4 years and sponsoring legislation that has brought streetlights and trash pickup and just normal quality of life things in our area that we didn't have before. I will intend to work to continue to do that work in the community in a second term. I am a grandmother, so I don't even remember high school or elementary school that much. But I can say in working in the community, just building strong relationships, informing, being a great communicator. I'm a public relations executive, is my profession, small business owner, and I look forward to working with the community and other elected officials and improving our city as we continue to grow and make sure that we come up with solutions that serve their time. Thank you.
My name is Deontay Harrell. I'm a father of 2, community volunteer. This was for me, making the decision to run. You know, I had constituents say, hey, Deontay, you're active. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? And at one point I said, you know what? I'm going to do it. And then, you know, I had tragedy in my family. And so I was like, well, you know, I don't know if I want to do this. And then I noticed, hey, it's only one person running for that particular position. I thought that our community deserved more than one option. And with me being hands-on in the community, when we go to other districts, I see that they're walkable communities. I see that they're bikeable, and Southeast deserves that. Also, I did not say, but I'm running for the new District 8 Southeast. Embarrassing moment. I was in high school. I was on a dive team, and I caught a cramp, and they thought I was playing. And my teammates, they didn't come help me. My coach had to dive in and get me. That was pretty embarrassing to me.
Hi, I'm Joe DeLucas. I'm running for City Council District 11. How are the roads today on the way here in the rain? Do you feel like you're going over craters? Nobody's fixing that. I want to fix the roads. I want to stop overspending. I want to work on the homeless camps and find out the root cause of the homeless people, because if you just move them along, they're just going to go somewhere else. Fix the problem, because you matter. We all matter. I want accountability for all in the community, in our government, and every one of us sitting here. Something I think we need to think about is, are you running for you, or are you running for your community? I have talked with people that have told me I am only running to supplement my retirement. That is not the reason to run. It's nobody on the stage, by the way. So vote for Joe, District 11, because we need to take the power back, take the politics out of politics, because like I said, you matter, we all matter. Now for an embarrassing story about me in high school. It's very embarrassing. It involves nudity. So, but leaving gym class, you had to take a shower after gym class in high school. Walking out, towel around me. I'm walking along the hardwood floor. Up in the air, came down on my head, towel went flying. I broke my arm right in front of my entire class. Very embarrassing. Again, vote for Joe, District 11. Thank you.
Hi. And I appreciate that disclaimer that it's no one on the stage, because we do have the opportunity to have a debate in the future. And so with that being said, we'll go on to the next.
Hi, I'm Tanya Escobar and running for District 17. And I think my life changed at 2019 when I was called to go to Israel. I came back from Israel and put my hat in to finish a degree I never finished with Tribeca Christian Leadership. And during that journey, the last 2.5 years, I just graduated in December. I've been a career leader for over 30 years in our industry, helping people get into homes. And so I do know the shortage of affordable housing in this area. But with that being said, during that journey, I learned that I was being called to serve in a different way and serve in our community and to help others. I've lived in this district since 2014, And it has changed so much since then. And there's such a need of help and people working together. We are stronger together to grow together. And that is my passion, to be able to get involved and to help this district continue to put our communities first and also focus on transportation, our safety in our communities. So I'll go to a funny story that happened to me in high school, just to show some passion and persistence. I always wanted to be a dancer and I wanted to be on drill team. And we finally got a drill team for our school. This was back in the 80s. And so I tried out every single year and never made it. So that senior year, when I was trying out, junior year for my senior year, they actually created a position for
Hi, everyone. My name is Terry Bowe, and I'm running for District 17 to be your next Metro Council member. I'm going to start out with my embarrassing story. I was in 3rd grade riding bikes with my brother and sister, wanted to be a daredevil, crashed my bike into the fence, and I had a giant tennis ball size bump, and I had to go to school, and I couldn't wear my glasses. So I could not see, and I realized, wow, how important vision is. And I'll tell you, my vision for District 17 is one that is really about inclusive growth. I really care about honoring historic and the character of our neighborhoods. And of course, that we can have multi-beneficial growth and development, and that we really care about everyone that lives in our district, that is the children, our future, older adults, and of course, those who are disabled and everyone else. So I'm telling you, my top issues are safety, affordability, and inclusive growth. I'm running on inclusion, integrity, and kindness, and I hope that you will take part in my listening campaign, because just like was said earlier, it's about what the voice of the people in District 17 want, and I'm ready to serve them. So on August 3rd, don't forget, vote Bowe. Thank you.
I think this one's working, yes. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jamel Campbell-Gooch, and I am running for this district, District 21 City Council. My embarrassing story starts in high school when I played basketball all throughout my life. And one of the first things that anybody who plays basketball love to do is they love to try to dunk. So in high school, I attempted a dunk in the middle of practice. Everyone's there and completely missed the rim and fell on my back and almost injured myself. But after that, I worked hard, got my hops up, and was able to do it by the end of that summer, that is why I am running for this district council seat, is because of that hard work ethic. And I continue to do that even to this day. I'm also a community organizer, and I have worked with the people over the past couple of years. I've assembled the people with other gifted organizers and talked about what are our issues, what are our gaps, what do we want to see in our community that will actually change it. People across this city have a very specific idea of what they want to see. They want to see fully funded education. They want to have access to be able to do things in the budget that is innovative. We also know that we have a transportation issue, but there is a growing divide between where the people are and where our current elected officials are. And so I am hoping, and I will run in District 21 on a people's platform that we have been developing, Black National Assembly and the other organizations that I've been working with over the past 4 years.
Hi, I'm Lisa Williams, and I'm running for District 23. I am the founder of Buy Nothing Nashville, and for the past 8 years, I've been listening to and moderating this group that spans the entire Middle Tennessee area and hearing about need for transportation, which is inextricably linked to affordable housing in our area. My specific district is very concerned about walkability and biking and being able to get around our city easily and equitably. And so those are areas that I'm very concerned about. Also, being able to offer education in a way that allows our children to have what they need in the place where they are. I like to keep things very short and sweet, so I'm going to try to keep under time here. But my embarrassing story is that I attended a small Catholic school for a couple of years, and I'm really good at following rules. I'm really good at finding a way through appropriate channels. And I was sent to the principal's office because I was chewing gum one day. Sister Virginia walked out and saw me, and she said, "Why are you here? Go back to class." And so I had to embarrassingly go back to class, having not even been punished for breaking the rules. And my teacher made me sit in the hall for the rest of the class period because I couldn't even break the rules the right way. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Nash. I'm the current councilman for District 27 out in South Nashville, Mizzen Pike, Holmes Road, Hippers Corner. I'm running unopposed again, so I only say that I'm here to listen. I don't know that I've got a single constituent out here in the audience, so I'm here to listen to other parts of the city and interests in other parts of the city. As a councilman, I can tell you it's humbling. It's humbling. We're called upon to deal with all kinds of matters: stormwater, the environment, education, and I can assure you none of us are experts in all of those areas. So I go to the council and I'm listening. We do have lots of experts. Dr. Babel, I think, is a great superintendent of schools. Scott Potter over stormwater is a great man when it comes to water and sewage and stormwater and like. So we listen to those and we try and make our best decisions to move the city forward.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leland Evans. I am running for District 31 as a write-in candidate. If you do not know what a write-in candidate is, please see me afterwards. I will gladly explain it to you and why I am a write-in candidate. The reason I am running is because it is time that Antioch and Cane Ridge gets the respect that it deserves. We are talking about billion-dollar football deals for downtown Nashville. We're talking about the $1 billion that our city is gaining. But today I'm standing up here to let you know that as a 33-year-old man, I've lived in Antioch and I still do not have sidewalks. That's why I'm up here, because something as simple as sidewalks is still not in my community while we are talking about $1 billion deals for football stadiums. There are many other things going on in our community, but the first thing I'm going to do is make sure that the city of Nashville, the city, can at least provide sidewalks to my children and future generations. I'm Leland Evans. I'm running for District 31 as a write-in candidate who is going to go to City Council and make sure that their necessities are taken serious and given to the people of the community. As an embarrassing story, it really doesn't get more embarrassing that I don't have sidewalks in my community. But one time I drank a Red Bull, my first time ever drinking a Red Bull. I was in high school. We had a pep rally. I drank a Red Bull. Pep rally was over.
Time.
So,
Hey, everybody, thanks for having me. My name is Luke Elliott, and I'm running for District 34. I'm a 7th generation Davidson County resident. My mom and grandmother were both Metro teachers, and I am extremely frustrated with the developers who are wrecking our neighborhoods. As a financial analyst, that's what I do for a living. I understand these complicated investment products, and you really need a rough person in this seat to stand up to these people because there's so much outside money coming in, and somebody that just goes along to get along, that's not going to work. I'm not going to go around kissing babies and running a cute little campaign. I'm here to tear this up because I'm tired of this. And our city, our council has prioritized tourism. We don't need those people no more. They've done enough damage. They can go the hell home.
All right, and so we at the National Action Network, again, don't endorse a particular response from the candidates as they are encouraging you to engage with them more about their agenda and more about things that they're saying. We also are encouraging you to engage with them with your hard questions, with your light questions, with any questions, right? And then to understand their role and responsibility to the people and that governance structure. What does city council do overall, and why we're even having this forum here today? With that being said, as you can see in the background,
no justice, no peace. And oftentimes the people that rely on the National Action Network have been met with injustices over and over and over again, predominantly that we serve the Black community. And people will try to accomplish justice without setting the right conditions. And so we see that justice is perverted in the way that the things are not set right first. With that understanding, the nation is currently grappling with issues of systemic racism and police brutality. As a council member, what specific steps would you take to address these issues in Nashville? And that question will start with the person that responded last and come back this way. The answer, please.
Well, I think the council made a good step in freezing property taxes for seniors. That was important. I think if we have to, we should be incentivizing property taxes for people that live here and then cutting down on the tourism. So we just really need to crank up the tourism tax.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
The question is, the nation is currently grappling with issues of systemic racism and police brutality. As a council member, what specific steps would you take to address these issues in Nashville?
Well, the first thing I would say is we need to, one, understand that we do need more police in our community because, one, I know everybody's gonna look at me like I'm crazy, but when you live in Antioch, it takes over an hour for police officers to even get to your community. So if we have more police officers, then they can actually live in these communities and we can build a relationship with these police officers. When I call the police, it takes an hour for them to even get to me. So I know they're not in my community. I know they're not welcoming in my community. And so if they are in my community to start, they can then live in that community, build relationships with that community, and we can then be able to address those police systemic racist issues. But it can't be done until we actually have enough police officers who are actually going to have dignity in the job that they do. Their job is to protect and serve us, just like an elected official is. And so these police officers, when we talk about more training, we need to make sure that they have training in the communities that they represent and that we have the represented in the communities that they're protecting.
Some of you may know I spent 33 years at Metropolitan Police Department, retired as commander of East Precinct. So I've been familiar with these issues for a long time. I think as a nation, we've made great progress. There's still more to do to ease race relations. Yes. When it comes to Metro Nashville, what the council can do, I think you have to hold your police chief accountable. We need to be making sure that we do the best we can in hiring, making sure we're doing good background checks, then training, and then making sure we're doing good supervision. There is no magic wand to know exactly what every officer is going to do faced with any given circumstance when the adrenaline gets pumping. That's all part of training, and that's part of making sure you got a good supervisor right there to keep folks professional.
I'm going to go ahead and piggyback a little bit off of what Mr. Nash has said, and I was able to attend the mayor's recent State of the Metro talk, and one of the things that he mentioned was that through some funding that was recently approved, they've been able to shift some of the ways that our police force works with their vehicles, and some of the police officers are now taking vehicles home with them in the evening to present a bit more of a presence in neighborhoods, which I think addresses what one of the gentlemen said earlier. Just making sure that the communities are aware of those people in their neighborhoods, and then also that we are also attempting to fund additional personnel and staff so that people who perhaps are not a criminal threat, but are perhaps a psychological issue or domestic issue are having care and treatment in that regard versus being handcuffed and tackled to the ground, being given additional care that they need in a way that they're needed. So National is working in a way to address those issues in an appropriate manner versus just using brute force, which I think is a fabulous direction to be headed. So props to our police force in making sure that people are given the appropriate care and appropriate ways to be seen.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jamel Kamaguchi. I work for District 21. First, I'd like to say is I worked on the Community Oversight Board. I was a part of the first group that was actually put on the board to provide to provide accountability to our police department. And there, I noticed a gap. Also, in my organizing work on the streets and on the grounds, even with things like police brutality, with many of you I see in this crowd, I think there's a couple of things that we can do. One, let me say this, on a local level, structural racism is coded by budget allocations. Even to this point and to today, the mayor has proposed a budget that gives our teachers a 0% increase, but gives $15 million increases to the wages of our police department. So it's a couple of different things that we can do structurally that I would promise to do as a District 21 City Council member. I would promise to advocate for diversifying what public safety is. We know that fully funded education, having good after-school programs, having community centers with good hours, having well-resourced community centers actually provide our young people with things to do, which also increase public safety. I will also say again, fully funded education, making sure our schools have the amount of money that they need in order to fully resource the programs that our young people are in. Also, second, provide public education when it comes to the budgeting, participatory democracy and participatory budgeting, where the people can actually determine where their dollars are going. When we meet with people, they understand that fully funded education is a part of public safety. It is the current elected body that does not.
Hi, everyone. I'm Terry Go. I'm running for District 17, and I will tell you, I've already been addressing issues of systemic racism and policing in my own neighborhood. So I live in a historically Black neighborhood, Chestnut Hill, and we have, the developers or even neighbors that come in and they want to call Chestnut Hill Wedgewood Houston. And it's in the name, those things matter. And so, with that, how do you actually make solutions? So we recently met with the developer that bought a piece of land, a building that they were going to rename incorrectly, and we were able to have conversations with them to make that change. And I think it's really important to meet and be together as one in what it is, centering the community. And with policing, it was really important to us. We have had, different various issues. We've revitalized our neighborhood watches and brought everyone in the community together. Two, we had a community engagement team where, they were accessing, we were working together, and it was about how to improve things in our area. We had little libraries within. We're able to have different food banks set up for people to come and meet. And I want to continue that. The safest neighborhoods are neighborhoods that know each other. And I'm with you in terms of investing and putting budgeting in the right areas so that our communities can grow and continue to fight this. And one last thing too is,
Tony Escabel running for District 17. This is a great question because the Metro Police Department, last I looked statistically, is around 200 officers short. So I do agree that we've got to be able to get our funding to our Metro Police Department to be able to get enough officers on the ground to be able to get our communities safe again. I think that is working with the council, also working with the new mayor and their passion to bring in safety and to take some of that funding and help the police department, working with the chief of police, identifying what are some of the challenges within the department right now when it involves racism and what are those occurrences and how do we do a better job in training them and teaching them from the very beginning before they get out of that academy on what is the proper protocol that they need to do when they are out there serving our community and need safety. So my takeaways are, we do need to focus on safety. It does need funding, but our police department does need more officers and they need our support to do that. And in order to do that, they're going to need an allocation for more of the budget funds to go to them.
Before the next response, we do have two other candidates that have joined, and we're going to allow for you to introduce yourself after this question is answered. So I'll come back around to District 31 and District 2.
Joe DeLucas, District 11, City Council. We need more police officers, but we just don't need more police officers. We need more trained police officers, trained in de-escalation, not force. And we need officers and people to have mutual respect for each other. Because if an officer comes and gives you attitude, you're going to give it back. If you go to an officer with an attitude, he's going to give it back, or she's going to give it back. We need more trained officers, like I said. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Trained in de-escalation. And we need, like I said, we need more open dialogue. I apologize. Open dialogue to bridge the gap. Whether that is the council member, me, everyone on this stage, the community in itself, to have discussions with the chief of police and just talk to them about, having more respect and understanding the law and de-escalating.
Thank you.
My name is Deontay Harrell. I'm running for District 8. So I would, as a council member, I would build upon some of the things we currently have, like our oversight board. I think that we should continue to empower them. I know that there has been changes proposed, but I think that we have some things in place that we need to just improve upon. I think it would help if the officers actually look like and live in the communities. I also live in Antioch, and our nearest police precinct is Hermitage. So I think with having, and I know, that's an uphill battle because there is a shortage of officers. However, if they came from our communities and they were serving within our community, I think that would help with that.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Gamble, and I agree with a lot of that has been said here today already. I will add that we have started to make changes within Metro government to improve public safety and race relations. Things like adding more technology such as body cameras and license plate readers take the bias out of policing, which has been a lot of the problem with our force and issues involving race relations and police, taking that bias out. So using technology to help do that, as well as working with community groups. I serve on the Community Safety Partnership Fund commission or advisory board that the mayor established to provide funding to work with community groups that address the root causes of crime, lack of education, lack of access to health care and food, and things that drive those root causes of crime. So working with community organizations like Gideon's Army, like Why Men Can't Wait, and other groups to address those causes, and working with the police, I think, is also a good direction in addressing those issues.
Sean Daly, District 1 City Council. We have a big problem with trust in the Black community with regards to policing. I've seen it firsthand myself. It's difficult sometimes for us to trust police. You don't know what you're gonna get. When the police shows up for whatever reason, you don't know if that person is going to listen to your concerns or if they are going to do everything that they can to put you in the carceral system. That is a big issue. Criminal justice reform is one big issue for me that I would want to seriously address as a council person. And in addition to some of the other things that people have talked about already, I think we've got to attract better talent in our police force. That means paying people more and increasing the qualifications that it takes to be a police officer. You've got to do all of those things. You've got to do psych evals. As a veteran, I know that if you've been overseas and then you join the police force, you might have some of that stuff rattling around in your head, and the rules of engagement are radically different. And so you've got to do some of these things and put it in place and attract better talent and end qualified immunity. So police are held accountable for things that happen in our communities, and you've got to have people from the communities doing the policing. If we do all of those things in conjunction with some of the other things that people have talked about, we will continue to have a police force that we can be proud of.
Tim Thompson, District 1 Council. I believe that, and without the police departments, I think that we need to do more training with the police departments in terms of crisis training. Most of the police officers, most of the time we're introduced to them in our neighborhoods and we interact with them, it's upon a crime type situation that we interact with them. So I think if we could do some more community policing with the community officers who have a better presence in our communities, to be familiar with the people in the community and to build trust from the people in those communities, I think it will better help in regards to police brutality and understanding the community, understanding how to interact with the police department. Also with systemic racism within our culture, I think one of the issues that we have with that in terms of systemic racism is that we still need to educate our kids more from the home base versus just the educational base in the school system to help understand and help our families understand the importance of education and going to school and participating in the school system properly so they can properly educate on how to interact with one another.
My name is Joy Kimbrough. Ludi taught me that to always say my name over and over. My name is Joy Kimbrough and I'm running for District 1 councilperson. That's an excellent question, and to adequately answer it, we need a minimum of 1 hour to answer that question. But I've been a police officer. A lot of people don't know that. I graduated #1 in my class. But I've also been a criminal defense attorney. And I think it's important that we have someone on the council that is kind of learned in the law, because they know how some of these policies are going to affect minorities. I've seen council members come to the community, make promises, and then go vote another way when it's time to vote. I won't do that. I will not do that. But I think, just putting it in a nutshell, one of the best things I could do for my community and you could do for me is put me in that seat. Put me in that seat. Put me in that seat. Joy Kimbrough, District 1.
Hi, I'm Rob Harris again, and I'm running for District 1. Samuel Johnson once said, "The true measure of a man is the way that he treats someone who can do nothing for him." So I think what we're talking about is having value for people, and that starts early. So when we removed busing, where we're getting people out of those communities where they live and they see Black and brown people sitting next to them in a classroom, and they understand, that this is a person. It starts early. The young police officers were once students. They were once children. And we just need to engage each other. We need to include programs like they used to have to make sure that police officers are engaged in the community. They used to have a police athletic league where, they would play baseball, box, play football. And these would be sponsored by the police officers, and they would meet the kids before there were problems. And that's where we need to start. Robert Harris for District 1.
All right, and with that being said, we're off to a triggering start, because if you look in the chats that we have our virtual audience, definitely this is a triggering time, and like one of the candidates said, it does require more time, and so we want to encourage you to continue in the virtual audience, communicating and expressing exactly what you are, and we will be addressing those things with the candidates, asking your questions. We're going to plan to compile those and give those statements and those responses and those questions as you have stated them virtually to everyone who is in attendance today. So thank you. Continue to share and like and put your questions in the chat. And so moving on to district number 31, would you please offer 90 seconds, an opening statement, and yes. Hello, my name is Dia Hart, and I am running for District 31. District 31 is comprised of Cambridge, a portion of Antioch, Lenox Village, and a portion of Percy Creek. Some of the things that I've heard people talk about today, I agree with. Yes, I agree that we need additional safety and security measures within our community. One of those things is I'm a strong proponent of backing our police. I do agree that we have a deficiency, approximately 30%, of how many police that we need in order to have proper community policing. I heard somebody else mention that. Some of the other things I think are vital, especially to my community, is we have a large amount of development that's going on. So for me and my community, that means that we need responsible development. Responsible development means that we are not necessarily just putting in apartments, that we are also putting in townhomes, and we're also putting in single family homes for people. And also we have to have open communication. That means greater listening skills. And in addition to listening skills, we have to be able to openly communicate with people from both sides to get anything done. The other thing is fiscal responsibility. That means fiscal responsibility. And what that means is when we give out money, that we are open to getting reporting back for the money that we give out. I don't care if that's nonprofit or wherever we're giving out money to. All right, and so on to district number 2 to please give your opening statement. 90 seconds. Okay, so I'll make that announcement again, just for all of you that did not hear. If you see green, you have, oh, I'm missing my little paper here. Sorry. Green means you have 45 seconds left, okay? Yellow, you have 30 seconds left, and red means someone's about to come take the mic out of your hand. So, it means stop, please. Thank you. Respect the timekeeper, I appreciate that. District number 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Quante Toombs. I am the current councilwoman for District 2, and I am running for re-election. When I ran in 2019, I ran on a platform of equity, affordability, and safety. Equity was bringing the economic development that we had seen in other parts of the city to District 2, but in a way that respected our historic and established neighborhoods that didn't displace people. Affordability, expanding on that economic development, bringing in the amenities that folks have been wanting for years, but bringing in the amenities that fit the income levels of the folks that live in the district or respected the diverse wishes of the district. And safety, obviously we talk a lot about public safety and policing, but safety is also having safe infrastructure in place where you can walk around your neighborhood and get from place to place without getting hit by a car. And since 2019, I've done everything that I said that I would do. I've done responsible development. I've concentrated it along the major corridors. I've protected historic and established neighborhoods. I've brought amenities to the district. I've improved infrastructure and brought historic investments into District 2 that haven't been seen in recent decades. And so that's why I'm running for re-election. I understand that there's a lot more to do. We've accomplished a lot, but there's still some things that need to be done as we move forward.
All right, so we will begin back on this side with District 1 answering what is the next question. There have been recent issues regarding the Community Oversight Board, and it has created a trust deficit between the people of Nashville and the police department. As a council member, how would you work toward restoring that trust and ensuring accountability for police misconduct? Please state your name, district, and you have 90 seconds.
Hi, again, I'm Rob Harris. I'm running for District 1. First, we need to understand that the Community Oversight Board was a grassroots issue from the beginning, and we need to reclaim our power. We need to hold accountable those people in the state who have said, we're not going to have a COB. There are only 2 counties in the state that have a Community Oversight Board. That's us and Shelby County. And what do those counties have in common? Black and brown people. So, I think that good police want to see accountability, because bad police are the enemy of the good police officer. It makes their job harder. So we need to make sure that we as a community are looking to ourselves. We are accountable to hold the state accountable for what our people in this city have voted for and continue to make a priority. I'm Robert Harris, and I'm running for District 1.
Would you repeat the question?
The question is, the recent issues faced about the Community Oversight Board has created a trust deficit between the people of Nashville and the police department. As a council member, how would you work towards restoring that trust and ensuring accountability for police misconduct?
As a council person, I believe we need to do everything we can to just restore the Community Oversight Board, period. I have a vested interest in that organization. I was there when they were first beginning to get it off the ground, when they were having meetings at the table to talk about how we could get a Community Oversight Board, meetings with people like Sekou Franklin. This was kind of born out of the Jacquees Clemens shooting by police. So not only have I invested my time, I've invested my money, my energy. I've gone around trying to collect signatures. That's even before it was born. And now that it's here, Joy Kimbrough can't sit back and allow it to be destroyed by anyone, call it the state or whoever you want to. I have a vested interest in that Community Oversight Board. The people have a vested interest in the Community Oversight Board. So even if it's, we're gonna have to explore some ideas, but even if it's not continuously named the Community Oversight Board, we're gonna have something extremely similar with similar staff. And I appreciate all our Community Oversight Board leader who is sitting here today has done. We appreciate you, but that's something that we must continue.
Tim Thompson, District 1 Council. I feel that when it comes to the Community Oversight Board, I feel like that in order to make great decisions, you have to have great information. And I think when it comes to the Community Oversight Board, I applied to be one of the candidates for the Community Oversight Board. And what I realized and understood was that with the Community Oversight Board, they don't have any power. They don't have any subpoena power. And you don't have the information that you need in order to make a proper decision on what you're overseeing. You need that information. So one of my things is I would help to restore the power by helping to get subpoena power by the Oversight Board in order to subpoena the police department to make sure that they have the accurate information that they need in order to act out on being an Oversight Board. In my opinion, that would help restore the trust, and that would also help with the accountability of the police department and the decisions they make towards the general public.
Sean Daly, District 1 Council. I still don't really understand how this state legislature can tell us that we can't have a Community Oversight Board. And for me, it's all about this: no justice, no peace. And we've got to be persistent. If this is what we want, we have to fight for it. If we go quietly into that good night and just say, oh, well, I guess we can't have it, then we won't have it. And so unless those of us in this room, those of us running for council, do something about it, use our influence to make sure, whatever you call it, Community Oversight Board, what have you, unless we do something to make sure that we are able to hold police accountable and to foster relationships between the community and the police, then we get what we deserve. So I think it's at the grassroots like it began, and in whatever iteration it materializes in, we have to make sure that we stay engaged with these police and make sure that they represent what they're supposed to and protect and serve like they're supposed to. Thank you, Sean Daly, District 1.
Quante Toombs, Councilwoman for District 2. First, strong communities need less police. I will say in District 2, there are many which is a majority African American district. There are many in my district that feel like they don't get as much police protection because it's a majority Black district. But however, as we put strong communities come from putting more resources into communities. And so as we build stronger communities, we need less of a police presence. In terms of the COB, the state legislation doesn't completely get rid of police oversight. It allows us to have an advisory council. As a council member, I know I will be working with Metro Legal and with our internal council office to see how close we can get to what we already have. I've already pulled the legislation and pulled the charter amendment that created the Community Oversight Board to see how closely those align. Where's the overlap? Where's the taking away of some authority of the COB, and to see if we can essentially recreate it, because I don't think the state legislation necessarily does what it thinks it does, and that happens a lot with the state. They pass legislation that doesn't really do what they wanted to do. So I think there's still opportunity to have community oversight. We just have to get together and see what legislation we can craft so that we can continue to hold police accountable.
Thank you, Jennifer Gamble for District 3, and I just agree and echo what Councilmember Toombs stated. There is leeway within the state legislation to have a advisory board. It may not be called Community Oversight Board, but it is a Community Advisory Board, and the Metro Council is looking at how we can redirect our funding towards whatever that new board will be. Currently, the Metro Council does provide funding for the Community Oversight Board. So as we're looking at the budget now, going through the budget now, we're looking at how we can redirect that funding to meet what the state legislature has developed. In addition to that, just having more communication. Communication is key to building good relationships and understanding between the community and the police. I think Chief John Drake is doing a great job as the leader of MMPD. I think Jill Bedford is doing a wonderful job as the leader of the Community Oversight Board. And so having good leadership is key, and communication.
Ooh, the chat is blowing up on our virtual pages. And for those of you that are watching via Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, all of those platforms that we have this connected at, thank you for putting your questions and responses in the chat. Again, I'm going to continue. I see some new people that have joined. And then if we do not have time to ask your question, just know that I will be following up, giving the question to all the candidates that are here today. And they will have an opportunity to view your questions and responses to their answers. Thank you.
Deontay Earl, candidate for District 8. I share something that has been said previously. Communication. We have to have an open line of communication. I think when the legislation is created, being a part of that, so that, you know, not only do we know what's coming from the state, but how we can manage on a local level, but then also being there to vote and support that legislation. We have to be active, and I'm willing to do that as a council member. When that legislation is created, when it's being created, being hands-on, learning how can we improve upon what we have.
Trevor Lucas, District 11. What happens when you hold yourself accountable? There's no accountability. You're never going to say that you're wrong. And if there's no oversight board holding the police accountable, they're never going to be wrong. And we need that to keep them accountable for the things that they do right and wrong. And if we don't have open-minded dialogue with transparency, so everybody knows what the dialogue was and what we need to do to make it better, then we can hold them accountable, and that'll bridge the gap between the police and the communities. And if we don't do that, then it's just going to be a free-for-all. It's going to be like 1970s New York. And I'm from Philadelphia initially. I know what that's like, and that's not a good thing. We need that oversight board. We need to hold police accountable for themselves, hold police accountable and not hold them accountable for themselves. because that will bridge the gap on our communities.
Tony Escobar, District 17. I pretty much agree 100% with everyone said here today. Communication is going to be the key. We do have to have accountability. I think something about communication that sometimes we forget about, the biggest percentage of communication is really listening and listening to the two different leaders and coming together and coming up with strategies for communication. So I think that it is definitely an important thing to make that accountability there for the police officers to make sure that our citizens are protected and served and treated with respect as well. And I think that one of the first steps is just listening to everyone up here that's running seems to have like-minded opinion about it right now. And that starts, with us working together. And then again, going back to communication with our leadership and really listening to what their challenges are and identify solutions. Tanya Escobar, District 17.
Hi, Terry Bowe, candidate for District 17. Excuse me. I definitely think that it is so important to have the Community Oversight Board. In 2018, 58.8% of voters wanted this. And I think that as your council person, I am going to be representing what my district, what Nashville needs. And I think accountability is so key. We need to have that, and whatever form that takes, I want leaders and our constituents to know that I will be representing them. We need accountability. We need to ensure that we are always working together and making sure that our communities are safe. I totally agree with Councilmember Toombs. Safest communities are communities that know each other, that really build community, and that is what we really need. And by strengthening those, we will need less policing. And for the issue that we do have, that is why we need the Community Oversight Board. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody, Jamel Campbell, Gooch District, running for District 21. First, I would like to name that our teachers and our support staff have a shortage. And then secondly, I would like to name that our community centers often close early, and when there's a budget shortage, they are the first people to leave, I know directly. And why I'm saying that is because those people are the people why our communities can be held safe. When it comes to bridging the gap as the Community Oversight Board, I say I served on the first Community Oversight Board. There are several gaps. One thing that can happen right now is the mayor's office and the police chief can come out and say how necessary a Community Oversight Board is. Two, what also can happen is we need to have a thorough conversation about the Office of Police Accountability and how that office breeds corruption and does not allow the people to hold police accountable. Thirdly, I think we can work proactively in solving violence and solving community crime even before it gets to the point so that our people can actually solve root causes. We throw police at everything. Last year specifically, our city council had 5 license plate reader bills, right? So we need to actually have conversations about well-resourced in our communities so that we can actually work proactively about solving problems.
With the introduction of HB 764 and SB 591 and the dissolution of the Oversight Board, we think, because it's so sugar-coated, that this won't be a terribly big change. But in reality, it's going to call the community to have to do even more work and be even more constantly in communication with the people around them. You have to be even more aware. And we will be. How many people in this room are community organizers? We all are. That's why we're here today. But the thing that's so frustrating to me is that it isn't just working to be aware of what's happening with police. It's that we have to support, as the gentleman next to me has stated about schools and after-school programs, we have to be aware that we need to support the children, the schools, the parents, the neighborhoods. We're taking away this piece, but it means that we're also going to need to support all these other pieces. So we need to make sure that we're giving those pieces what they need. And so it's like playing Jenga. You pull out this piece and it doesn't collapse at first. You pull another piece until the whole thing comes crashing down and then it's too late. So please, if you can, help your neighbor because you may be the one that needs help next.
Can we pause for a second to check the video feed? I have those that are viewing via Zoom. They're in the Zoom room, saying that they can no longer see or hear. I am able to see it. Okay, so if you are in our Zoom room watching this, please check your devices. Maybe re-enter. That way you can see and hear what is happening. Also, if you're unable to see and hear via Zoom, we're still live out on our NAN, National Action Network, Middle Tennessee chapter Facebook page. You can go there and also like and share this out with your neighbor. All right, so please continue.
Leland Evans, 31. I'm the write-in candidate for District 31. Community oversight by any means necessary. Straightforward. As a city council person, my job is to represent the people. The people wanted the community oversight board. My job is to do anything that it takes to make sure that we get a community oversight board, whether that's going to the state and letting them know as a collective that our city of Nashville wants this, and that if the state is against it, then they're gonna have to come see us. And they're gonna have to come see us in many ways, because we hold a lot of power in this state by how much money as a city we make. And so we have to start looking and being proactive at ways our city can fight back, because if the community oversight board is the first thing to go, it won't be the last thing. The state's gonna keep coming back, and if we keep curling our tail and running from them, then our city as we know it will no longer be Nashville. And so that, as well as being a community organizer, being a representative of the community, letting the community know that they can trust me, that I am going to have their back at all times, and that if they have any questions, they can come to me for transparency, and that we hold the police accountable by making sure they're being completely transparent on all cases, not just big cases that make media.
Thank you. You know, as a white boy from Green Hills, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I know how it is to have my community heavily policed, because they simply weren't around. So I do think, you know, community involvement is important. And what I can bring to the table is that I can sit down with the state and try to negotiate with them on how we can come to a middle ground, because you know, there's so much crime going on in this city that we really have to negotiate with each other. And I just think that there's a ton of kids in public school that end up in juvie, etc., that don't need to be there. And if we focus on rehabilitation rather than punishment, thanks.
When you see the yellow card, you have 30 seconds. Yellow means you have 30 seconds, green 45, and red means you gotta stop. Okay. Hi, Deanne Hart from District 31. The Community Oversight Board is important, but I see this as a true opportunity. One of the things that I heard when I was hearing it on the radio, a discussion to end the Community Oversight Board as we see it today, was an opportunity for it to go under the mayor's office. One of the gentlemen down here was speaking about there were some gaps of the Oversight Board as it is today. This is our opportunity to communicate about those gaps. And I don't think that the police should be left out of these discussions. This is our opportunity to discuss together, collectively, what it is that we can do to make it better. Yes, it was spearheaded from the community in a grassroots level. But if we are to embrace who we are today and grow ourselves, we have to be involved in what is going on. That means under the mayor's office, perhaps some of those gaps you were talking about, perhaps being under the mayor's office is a way for us to get some of those things that are needed. Communicating with the police, finding out, telling them what it is that we need, and asking them, how can we collaborate together to get those things? It is essential that the community has engagement. It is essential that the community talk to the people who live there, the residents who live there, but also talk to a variety of different entities within our political system. This is how we get things done. You have to be on the inside sometimes in order to get things effectively done. And the collaboration between Metro Council and the mayor's office and the community residents, all collaborating together will help us to move forward in how we address issues of today. Stop time. Thank you. All right, and so the National Action Network has youth members, and in the next 2 to 4 years, many of those youth members will become registered voters. And they are very attentive to the social and political unrest that is happening, and also the climate locally, statewide, and throughout the nation. So here is a question from one of our youth. As a Black college student, and I should say young adult, but teen is teen to me. So excuse me if I misquote. I am concerned about my future career prospects. What initiatives would you support to ensure that Black students have access to internships, job opportunities, and career development programs that prepare them for success in their future careers? And we will start with the person that responded last. There are a lot of missed opportunities for some people who want to better educate themselves, but it doesn't necessarily have to be college. I went to college, I have a bachelor's and I have a master's degree, but that is not necessarily for everyone. There are lots of opportunities to get certified in a number of specialty areas. I think we need to work with our youth on helping them to define who they want to be by whichever means makes sense to them. If you want to go into construction, go into construction. If you want to handle a heavy lift, because those people make a lot of money, that those opportunities available. If you want to go to college, those routes are available. Speaking to a variety of community nonprofit organizations, speaking to your counselors in the school system, there are a variety of different internships that are not available. The Urban League is available. There are a variety of different opportunities within Metro government. You can call your council members to ask them for recommendations to places. This community in Nashville has a large variety of things, but we have to put in the work as well. That means we have to do our own research. If you want an internship, if you want a job, go on LinkedIn, send your information out to people in the industry you want to be in. Let those people get in contact with you. There is a recruitment network available should you want it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And one of the biggest problems is that our colleges are leading people astray by locking them into massive loans for degrees that aren't applicable towards a real job. So I think it starts at the high school level where you need to have these college counselors and high school counselors leading people into, you know, the job network. And like we have to do better as a community, letting people know what they're going to make when they get out of school, what's their return on an investment, and what's the interest they're going to pay on those loans that they take out for college. And, you know, I saw it at UT, there were so many kids that were brilliant that just got out of school and didn't have anything to do. Now they're waiting tables on 12 South, you know, and they're smart people. There's a lot of talent in this town, and we need to utilize it and make sure that we're filling these jobs with homegrown talent.
Leland Evans, District 31 write-in candidate. I own a political education company that teaches students the position, purpose, and power of each elected office. What I would do when I'm elected, is going to make sure that all of us up here, or all of us that are in office, have internships, because these kids need opportunities. The government is the biggest company here in Nashville. However, they don't employ these children. We need to make sure that the mayor has internship opportunities for graduating high schools. We need the vice mayor to have internship opportunities for graduating students, because the exposure that they will gain will lead them into different opportunities. No longer do we want our children to just grow up and work a 9 to 5, but if we start teaching these kids how to create their own job opportunities, such as becoming entrepreneurs. I'm a political campaign manager. I didn't go to school for that, but I've done it for the last 10 years and made a livable wage to take care of me and my family. If we stop teaching these kids just to go to these schools and go sit in these classrooms, and then at the end of it, you'll have this big graduation and get this big time job, that's not how it works. But if they actually get real life experience by seeing firsthand what it's like to be in the workforce, then they'll be able to make their own real decision on how they're going to be able to make money as a living.
Hi, I'm Lisa Williams. I'm running for District 23, and I love this question. For anyone who is a person of color or just a student in general, I want to encourage you to not look at university or college as a pathway to a job, but rather a way to learn to think. When you are choosing your degree path, I want you to look at it as a way to shape your mind. I personally studied biology, and what that taught me was how to read articles in a specific way, how to study things and how to replicate those studies. So when I look at something, I want to learn if I can repeat and get the same results. My husband is a math person. He looks at things completely differently. One of my best friends is a lawyer. She looks at things a different way entirely. But my dad, he's a farmer. He studied how to grow plants. And so we all come at things in a different way because we study different things. So if you want a job, look into trades where you are trained to do a specific activity. If you want to learn how to think different ways, look into universities. And trades have wonderful pathways to have wonderful earnings. Colleges and universities can take you in that direction as well. Everyone will find their niche. You just have to be open and available to do it. The people that have spoken before me said to work your network, do that. Talk to everyone you know, talk to your parents' friends, talk to your friends' friends, get those phone numbers, get those email addresses. Tie out there.
So I want to give a reminder that the National Action Network is a civil rights organization that strives to ensure justice. We do not necessarily agree with or endorse the views and responses of the candidates. As hosts of this forum, we are offering a space for discourse and will continue to support our community by pursuing justice. As you can see in the background, our motto is and will remain, no justice, no peace. And that's not a personal statement to the last candidate to respond. It's just another disclaimer. And so now we can go to the next.
Jamel Campbell, District 21. When I graduated from Tennessee State University in 2015, I got my start in public service in a classroom. I worked at Pearl Calm. I worked for a local nonprofit called the Oasis Center. And it is that place where I saw firsthand the gaps that we have in our educational system and in our classroom. So first thing I would say to that young person is we have a tradition of young people in this city and on this land and in this district that were not only able to change Nashville as far as Jim Crow, but was also able to change the entire nation. So there's a spirit of activism and organization that our young people have. And even to this day, I work with young people through the Southern Movement Committee and the Youth Assembly to actually gather young people and talk about how can we change what Nashville looks like for the betterment of young people. And that's what I would do as the District 21 City Council member, is make sure places like Tennessee State University has the adequate housing for the district. Our students, even at our HBCUs, don't have housing because we don't have housing in District 21. So that's the first thing I would do. Secondly, fully fund education. We want to make sure our students are fully prepared. And thirdly, train them on organization and advocacy. Like I said before, we have a deep-seated social justice movement and history in Nashville. And when we get it together, we can change the entire nation.
Hi, I'm Terry Bowe, candidate for District 17. Thank you so much for this question. And I really want the students to know that there is so much hope in hearing everyone here. We want you to have a great and prosperous future. Whenever I was in college, I went to the University of Arkansas and I studied international relations, and a decision there, studying Japanese, changed the trajectory of my life. Whenever I studied Japanese, I got to study abroad, and then that is actually why I moved to Nashville, was to work for the Consulate General of Japan's office. It was the first, and now I'm glad it's not the only foreign government in the state of Tennessee, but I want you all to know there's so much opportunity here. And yes, reach out to your council people, reach out to the leaders in your area, because we want the future. You know, we want you to do well. And I'll tell you, I'm on the board for Big Brothers Big Sisters. We believe in mentorship. I want you, you know, and all your classmates to be successful. So find organizations, there are leaders. We all want the best for you. And I want you to, just like was said earlier, at college, explore. Try things that maybe you never thought that you were interested in, because it's the time now and you'll never know. I didn't think that Japan, studying Japanese, would change my trajectory, and it brought me here to Nashville. That's my home. So my hope is for you all to know, explore, and know that we are supporting you, and we want to have fully funded education. I'm a product of public education.
Tony Escobar, District 17. Education is a passion of mine. I agree with, if you're going to college, it's something that is thinking about not just getting a job. It is a growing process, as I just did my last 2.5 years. And I want to encourage anyone, no matter where they're at in life, especially this individual, to be confident and stay persistent in finishing your degree. I think a couple of things that come to mind when I was starting a nonprofit last year is basically scholarships. It's so expensive, and someone mentioned it earlier, that they come out of college and they have all of these student loans and highly in-debt student loans, and then are being challenged in trying to find a job. So scholarships for trade schools, I feel like, need to be increased for those people that need to get a job as soon as they're out. Not everyone has a desire to go to college. So I think that scholarships for trade schools would be great. Another thing that I think is missing from our education system is, yes, they can come out and get a degree, but who teaches them how to establish credit? Who teaches them finances? Who teaches them how to balance a checkbook? Who teaches them a budget? If they get a job and no one ever taught them how to budget or how to build credit, how are they ever going to build wealth? Tanya Escobar, District 17.
Thanks, Tanya. Joe DeLucas, District 11. I think part of the answer to that, they actually talked about at the council at large, and it's to bring VOTEC back to schools. Because at VOTEC, you can learn cosmetology, you can learn HVAC, you can learn accounting, and I learned how to do that in accounting class. They don't have that anymore. Home ec, they don't have that anymore. I went to college for secondary education English. I got into a car accident. I never got a degree. I've had 25 years of retail and restaurant management experience. My position pivoted. So to that person asking that question, college is great for the reason the person down there said as well, thinking. You go there to learn how to think. And then that will actually teach you to learn how to do things to pivot your thoughts and get the careers that you need, because you won't necessarily get that out of school. I'm also part of the Tennessee Songwriters Association. I'm the IT director and the treasurer. I never went to school for IT. I never went to school to become a treasurer. I was taught to think, and I learned to figure it out, and I figured it out. Just like running for council here. This is my first time running for council. I'm learning to figure it out. And it's only do it to help others and not yourself. That's the best way to do it. Joe DeLucas, District 11.
I agree with Joe. I would also say be flexible. I started out at Tennessee State University with one thing in mind, and I ended up working in emergency medical services. And doing that, it bridged me into healthcare, where now I'm at, the largest healthcare company in the world, working in finance and compliance. And I did that, thinking that I was going to do one thing, and I was able to have opportunities or the chance to do something else. Also, I think that
trades. I think that is important. You know, we have all the development that's happening in our city. You know, if we are preparing our youth into these different trades, then when these companies are coming to do the work, the people who live here are able to do that work, or they're able to benefit from that. That's my thought.
Thank you, Jennifer Gamble for Metro Council District 3. I'll start by saying I have two Black sons. They are adults. My oldest is 30 and he attended MTSU, studied music. My youngest is just finished his third year at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville, and he's pursuing a degree in management or business management. I think the most important thing, of course, education is very important. And for those students who are listening, you definitely want to get your degree or get some type of trade certification because you need that just to get into the door. But in addition to that, exposure to other things. My husband and I we're intentional in exposing our children to other organizations like 100 Black Men, for example, so that they could build relationships that will help them get jobs and internships, and has helped them do that moving forward. So I would encourage any young person that is pursuing a degree or in school now to look outside of the classroom, look at other opportunities out in the community, to volunteer and participate in organizations where you can build relationships and meet people that will help you find out your purpose going forward in the future.
Quante Toombs, Councilwoman for District 2. Piggybacking on Councilwoman Gamble's statement about building relationships. Learning how to network is important when you are a college student. I will say, for students who are listening, add me to your network, Councilwoman Quante Toombs, 615-669-4390. I have a TSU student that's coming to Nashville in August, and I'm working with him to create an internship for him. I write recommendations for folks all the time. There's a lot of development in my district, and one thing that's been important to me is creating employment opportunities and business opportunities for folks in my district and beyond. And so a lot of the projects that are in my district have resulted in internships, scholarship have been established, jobs have been created, real estate agents have gotten listings. I really do make a deliberate effort to spread out that economic development so that everyone is benefit. Also, with programs that the city has set up, whenever we get an opportunity to encourage and sometimes require partnerships with HBCUs, particularly with data jobs, with jobs that have some engineering component, we're always asking, are you partnering with TSU? Are you partnering with FIS? And so that has been a central part of what I've done as council member.
Sean Daly, District 1. I think we've really got to change the framing around higher education. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but when I was 18, I really just didn't know what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. But that's the kind of pressure that we put on people that are 18. We expect them to have it all figured out, take on tons of debt. And I just think that we need to start early, allow people in high school and before to do some shadowing, to do some volunteer work, to bring that kind of thing into the school so that they can make an informed decision later in life. And it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. I've heard a lot of people talk about trade work. It's incredibly important. A lot of people don't realize how many trade workers that we've lost and will lose in the coming years. If we don't backfill those folks, we're gonna have problems galore when it comes to developing this city and elsewhere. And so we've got to lean back on that because, I was never told about all the options I had growing up. And so one thing I think would be helpful is the shadowing, creating opportunities for apprenticeships, not just in the trades, but in other areas and career paths so that people can decide, hey, this is for me, or maybe no, it's not. Maybe I should shift focus. And I think that making an informed decision is the best thing that people at the college age can do. And that's what I would help facilitate as a council person. Sean Daly, District 1.
Tim Thompson, District 1 Councilman. As I currently am a mentor with the National Big Picture Program, which they assign students to different businesses in the community to allow them to do internships twice a week throughout their work week, throughout their school week, to go and learn and do job shadowing from professionals in different small businesses in the area. I think we need to expand on different programs like this that will allow our kids who are already actively in school be able to create more opportunity for them to be able to interact with some of these small businesses that are in the area. As well as we need to get more small businesses to participate in programs like this so the kids will have the accessibility to businesses to be able to go in and do internships. If we as business owners can participate in our communities with providing opportunities for mentorship and for scholarship programs within our communities, then I think that would be a better opportunity for our kids to get the exposure that they need.
I'm Joy Kimbrough, running for District 1. Over the years with my law practice, I have hired, I had paid internships. I don't think anyone came through my office that was not paid. And I have made it an effort, a conscious effort, to recruit interns who may normally be left out, who may not have the connection, the parents, the lineage, the advice to help them get these interns. So a lot of times I would actively go out recruit. One of my paid interns, Courtney Teasley, stand up. She started out as my intern. She's one of my campaign managers right now. She and Ms. Gilmore. But Courtney started out, she was not an attorney. She went on to law school. I tried to nurture her then. She finished law school and I turned on the TV one day, she's on some big high profile criminal trial. But people like Courtney, and I want to give you another shout out. Courtney just finished a hard fought campaign with Judge Babb. She'd never done that before. She took it on. She was the manager. She was so much of that campaign. Now she's helping me with my campaign. But that's what happens when you invest, when you recruit, when you look out for these kids.
Rob Harris, running for District 1. I heard a gentleman down at the end of the table say that the mayor's office needs to have interns. Well, I actually used to oversee the mayor's office internship program. We had 19 interns, but they were unpaid. If I was a college student, I wouldn't be able to do that. That's not feasible for somebody in my financial position. So we had a lot of people who had financial advantages. So we need to make sure that this city is making sure that these students are paid for one. The second thing is there's En-ROADS, and I was a former En-ROADer. En-ROADS is a minority training internship program. And in my day, it started out in 11th grade. They taught us things like dress for success. They also taught us etiquette. So we knew how to use all the different spoons and the napkins and how to have conversation. So these are the types of things in addition to just having a program that we need to be talking about. We also need to hold the organizations that are coming to this city like Amazon and Ernst & Young accountable. We need to make sure that they are participating in the internship program and have a place for minority candidates.
All right, as you can see at the National Action Network, action is our middle name, but we act first. So we definitely don't like to meet again. And I encourage and admonish all of the students who have submitted questions to listen to these responses and look for some advice in them, right? And follow through, move from theory to practice to mastery. And so the next question is also from a university, a student. Fisk University is located in a predominantly Black neighborhood in Nashville. What initiatives would you support to promote economic development in this area, support Black-owned businesses, and ensure that residents have access to affordable housing, transportation, and other basic needs? And we'll start with the last respondent.
Hi, again, I'm Rob Harris, and I'm running for Council District 1. First of all, I think we need, again, to look to the state and understand that they have excluded Shelby County and Davidson County from impact fees. Those are fees that are collected from developers that give our community access to those dollars. So we start with the impact fees and ask, why are you not giving us that? So we need the resources. Additionally, I love the fact that that person went to Fisk. My mom went to Fisk, and also my little cousin just graduated 2 weeks ago from Fisk. So, but exactly. But yes, we need to make sure that we are working on with the people that are coming into this community, the Amazons, the Oracles, and we need to develop foundations that will support the youth of this community, support infrastructure needs, support development in underserved communities. Because if you can get $80 million in tax abatement, or you get away without paying $80 million in taxes, then you can give us or give the community $8 million. We have created a community.
Joy Kimbrough, I'm running for District 1 councilperson. I thought about that. You know, there was a time, maybe even still the present, that I just became disgusted with the government and their lack of responding to the needs of the people. When I decided to stop taking as many cases, I myself, you know, sometimes I feel like I'm just gonna have to do it. So what I started doing, and those around me know, I started purchasing property myself because so many people were being pushed out of Davidson County. And I try to make my housing affordable. I have one they're working on now in East Nashville over on McFerrin. I have one side on Drake's Branch that I make affordable. I make it affordable. I didn't wait on the government. I have one on White Ridge Road. I'm about to purchase one property next week on Nolensville Road where I plan on building. I have property on 17th Avenue North that I'm trying to make affordable. So I don't just do the talk, I really walk the walk. And you're welcome to double check my story. Joy Kimbrough, District 1.
Could you repeat the question for me, please?
Yes. I apologize about that. Fisk University is located in a predominantly Black neighborhood in Nashville. What initiatives would you support to promote economic development in this area, support Black-owned businesses, and ensure that residents have access to affordable housing, transportation, and other basic needs?
Tim Thompson, District 1 Council. I would like to see more collaboration between business and community, working with the local universities such as Fisk, Meharry, and TSU in terms of helping to communicate with the local council to be able to develop opportunities that we can do affordable housing around the campuses and things like that. And not just affordable housing, but also to attract more businesses around these college campuses that are forthcoming in terms of helping to develop those students and also provide housing for them. I know one young man that I know is a client of mine who works hard to develop properties in that area to also provide housing for those kids that cannot necessarily afford to stay on campus, but can afford to cohabitate with other students in the community. So if we could foster other programs like that from the universities as well as small Black businesses in the area, or some of the larger Black businesses, in the area that are some of the Fortune 500 and Fortune 100 companies that have the resources to be able to help and aid in some of those systems.
Sean Daly, District 1 Council. I think if this is probably an obvious statement to those of us that have lived here for a while, but when you travel up and down Jefferson Street in those areas, it's hardly recognizable now. Things have changed so much over there, and there's so much, it seems, just unchecked development. And I think about all those elderly people that have lived in those homes for 30 years and can no longer afford their tax bill and have been forced out. And I see these two tall skinnies come right up alongside where these homes used to be, especially when the tornado happened. You saw what the developers did to those areas. And I feel like unless we do something drastic, we're going to lose more and more of what I consider historic property. You know, when I think about that area, I think it's Nashville's Harlem. And if we don't really dig into the things that we can do to incentivize these developers to build more workforce housing and affordable housing, we're going to lose it to these $500,000 homes that are springing up all over the place. We've got to get busy on that. And we've got to prioritize locally owned businesses by granting business licenses and prioritizing people that are from here. Seems like a crazy idea, right? But that's what we need to do. We need to make sure that these businesses coming in represent our culture and our values. And unless we do something quick, we'll lose it all. Sean Daly, District 1.
Quante Toombs, Councilwoman for District 2. To support all those things that were listed, I think that when the city is spending its money, we have to look at how we spend that money using an equity lens. That's how we are able to divert resources to where they are most needed. I worked on and co-sponsored legislation that created a small business fund where we used $20 million of our ARP funds to support small businesses. $5 million of that was specifically set aside for North Nashville and Bordeaux small businesses. Unfortunately, the state likes to preempt everything that Nashville does, and that includes how we address affordable housing. They preempted inclusionary zoning back in 2015 or 2016. So we can't make people build affordable housing, but we try to be as creative as we can. We do have a low-income tax credit that allows us to provide housing, workforce housing. I have several workforce housing developments in my district that I have supported. We have a new pilot that's a mixed income tax credit, and we're doing all we can as a council to be creative and encourage affordable housing. I try to have a diversity of housing options in my district so that housing can be attainable for more folks. All right, I want to give an announcement that after we finish with these responses, we will be closing the questions. And for those of you that are watching virtually, I understand that there's a lot of questions that went unanswered. I want to remind you that we will be presenting these questions and your comments with names redacted to the candidates here. And so please stay encouraged with sharing what you're sharing in the chat. Those in the Zoom room, thanks again for joining us virtually, and we'll continue with responses.
Thank you, Jennifer Gamble for Metro Council District 3. And shout out to the Fisk guy who asked that question. Thank you very much. I'm a product of Fisk University, class of 1991. And I have to say that the Metro Council recently passed a bill that I championed and sponsored that gives Fisk $10 million to establish an entrepreneur center, a business incubation center on the Fisk campus. Will be coming soon that will be focusing on developing minority businesses, particularly in the North Nashville area. The goal is to build Black wealth in Nashville, particularly in North Nashville. And that is a way that we can help address those needs for affordable housing, transportation, by building Black wealth through Black business. Companies such as Citizens Bank and others will be partnering with Fisk University to provide opportunities for technical assistance for young people, anyone wanting to start a business in Nashville, business capital, which is very important as well. So look up Nashville Fisk University Business Incubation Center will be coming soon, and hopefully Fisk students as well as residents in the North Nashville area will take part of and take advantage of that opportunity.
Deontay Harrell, candidate for District 8. As a candidate from the Southeast, I think my first step will be partnering with that council member of that district to truly understand what their challenges are. Because I know when I'm sitting in developer meetings for my district, we're often asking the developers, hey, you're doing this, but this is the need of our community. So what can you do for us as far if this community says, hey, we agree with this development and we move to push this forward,
what can you bring? Can you bring us green space? Can you add green space? There's a lack of trees, can you add trees, things of that nature? So that would be my thing. I will be speaking and working with that council member of that district to say, hey, what are your challenges? How can I help you? How can I assist? When legislation is being pushed, how can I support it? How can I champion it? As the lady sitting next to me has said.
Georgia Lucas, District 11. The best way to obtain affordable housing is to stop building $500,000 homes. If we put up 100 homes and all of them are $500,000 homes, that's not affordable to most people in Nashville. We have to figure out a way as council people to hold the builder accountable to what they build. And if you need more $100,000 homes, $200,000 homes, you build them. Make rent affordable. You know, raising taxes on rental property is only going to cause the landlord to charge more money, which then becomes unaffordable. Raising taxes isn't the answer either. So we need to work with the builders and like this gentleman said, work with the builders for green space and affordable housing. So we are profiting for ourselves and not just the builder. Georgia Lucas, District 11.
Tanya Escobar, District 17. So when it comes to creating in that area for more small businesses, I think there's an education need for people to learn how to even get a small business loan. Again, it goes back to our education system doesn't really teach anything like that, and that can be overwhelming. So I think just a good start would be let's educate those owners in that area that want to be small businesses and help them navigate through how to get a small business loan. Also, maybe some incentives for those small businesses from the funding to be able to provide them a little bit more longevity and getting up and going and getting their business going. The other thing that I think about with affordable housing, as I mentioned, I've been helping homeowners find out how to get into a home for almost 30 years now. And affordability is a challenge because of interest rates as well. So I want people to think about that too. And I think coming from this industry and helping people do loans and mortgages every single day, that part of my decision would be, and working together is really, I've been the president of the Metro Nashville chapter for the Home Builder Association of Middle Tennessee for many years, is really listening and communicating to find out what are the gaps that they're seeing from affordability outside of, you know, lumber prices rising, interest rates rising, and really having that communication and working together to figure out a solution, because it is a big challenge. And not only in Nashville, but across the United States. But we could start here and make a difference just by learning and listening together and trying to find a decision.
All right, Jerry Bow, District 17. I think number one, I love your question. Thank you so much. The question I want to know is what types of businesses, right, that you want in your area. I would definitely work with the council member, excuse me, where this is located, because it's about working together. I think it's really important when we talk about spending that it's equitable. And one thing I really loved, I used to work at Comcast. We had a program called Comcast Rise, and it was about lifting up Black, Indigenous, people of color businesses, and it was amazing to get to support local businesses here in Nashville, give them tech makeovers. So I think it's so important to see what resources are out there and how we can really share that with our constituents, with the Nashville community to bring and grow. And then when we talk about affordable housing, definitely, I think we have all this growth happening. There's going to be so much growth in District 17. And so what are some creative ways? What is missing? And to really answer that together with the community. So I think there's so much hope. And I do want to make sure that you know, participatory budgeting is happening right now. You can have your voice heard. You got till June 1st. But some ideas that you have, make sure and include it. Your voice matters as a student. So participate in that. And yeah, lots of ideas. Don't forget Terry Bow, District 17.
Jamel Campbell, District 21. First, I would say, whenever it comes to Black businesses or getting our basic needs fully funded and invested in, I think that all starts at the budget. we need to make sure that there's a participatory democracy and accessibility to the budget that the people have. Right now, even when we talk about participatory budgeting, there's only 0.3 of the budget that is allotted for those districts to actually participate in their budgeting. So I believe and I know that if we gave people more access to the $3.2 billion that our city actually has and actually give them an opportunity to determine where those dollars should be, we will end up with fully funded education. We would diversify public safety. We would also end up with more affordable housing. Also, I think it's time to also do innovation. We deserve the ability to explore and experiment with new things across this country. There are cities across the South that are doing things like a guaranteed basic income as a way to actually defeat poverty. Also, there's credible investments happening in credible messenger programs that serve as alternative to police. So I think there's things that we can do via the budget, but it has to be accessible. And those line items need to be innovative, and we need to have the ability to experiment with new things.
Hi, I'm Lisa Williams from District 23. Fisk University is one of the jewels in the crown that is our higher education network here in Nashville. And the area around it has so many historic and just beautiful buildings and structures that we are losing day by day by day. They're disappearing. In the 1970s, Vanderbilt, one of our other universities here, challenged its staff and faculty to live closer to campus by offering some incentives to do that. I don't know if Fisk is in a position to do something similar to that or not, but we need to make sure that people are living in our city and enjoying our city. And I know that I like to consider myself a resident tourist, and I love going into these areas and exploring and being out there. And part of, I think, why these areas tend to do a little bit of a need to be, and people need to encourage to go in and see it and explore it and be in those areas. But as Fisk is able to do some of this redevelopment, everyone needs to be there to help, and we need to just encourage our residents to be spending their money there as well. Thank you.
Leland Evans, District 31 write-in candidate. I want to also say that I agree with participatory budget. If the community and the city gets to say where they put their money, and a lot of the issues that we are saying we have, we would be the ones that we hold ourselves accountable for them not getting done. So if they give the people the power to decide where we spend our money, we would be able to fund housing, safety issues, education issues, things of that nature. The next thing that I would say is I believe that we need to start looking at innovative ways to approach affordable housing, such as tiny home communities. If we start having tiny home communities where people are not renting apartments throughout college, but able to buy a home at an affordable price in college, where them as a single person can pay for it, when they graduate, they are able then to sell that home and actually have money to be able to go into their adulthood, instead of spending it all on rent for 4 years and having nothing to show for it. So I think that we have to start being more innovative on how we approach things, instead of looking at how we can change the same tire that's always been flat.
Thank you. Luke Gillian, District 34. What happened during Corona while everybody was, kind of locked away, is that real estate investment trusts came in and bought up a ton of land in this area. And that's out-of-state money. These are complicated investment products. And you really need somebody who understands these products, because you have, hundreds of people in one apartment complex. And these are not local investors for the most part. And what I think we can do as a city is really enforce our zoning codes and, strengthen those. And it's a really tough problem, because you can't stop the out-of-state money from flowing in. So we just really got to make sure these builders and these developers are, you got to cup check them. excuse my friends, but, anyways, my opponent who didn't come here today, I guess she's asleep or something. She works for a property management company.
Time.
She's not on your side. Anyways,
Time, and the time is not pertaining to your response, but it's just red, and so we gotta stop. Hi, I'm Dia Hart for District 31. I couldn't see, but there's a young lady down at the end who said that she wanted to start making a proactive approach to making things happen herself. I agree. We need to start making things happen for ourselves. And one of the things that we were talking about is economic development. There is a program called Launch Tennessee, which I think is $2 billion. If people want to start an entrepreneurship opportunity for themselves, for business development, that is open to people right now. So if you're looking for possibilities of getting your business up and running, Launch Tennessee is one way that you can do that. The other thing that was asked about was how can we do affordable housing? I like the point of getting out there and getting our own housing. Nashville's rental industry has gone up by a lot of a percentage, but we can own our own homes. There are programs out there, and I think somebody spoke about this previously. You can own your own home and pay less money with your own home than you can in a rental property right now. And then the last thing I want to talk about, I'm almost done, is that we want to talk about entrepreneurship and development. We talked earlier about education, but there is a project management certification and IT certification. So when you all are out there looking for opportunities to find who you want to be and find a program that works for you. And we have come to the end of our forum, and so in the next section, we'll just be allowing 60-second responses with your closing statements. And for today, I am done as your moderator. I want the community to know that we've only just begun. And so we will have final remarks prior to the closing statements by the president of the National Action Network, Middle Tennessee Chapter, Cheryl Huff.
I want to say thank you all so much. I really appreciate you all coming out here and being a part of this. We've learned some new stuff today. Thank you for educating us and giving us that knowledge that you all have. I really appreciate the time. And I want to extend our offer for you all to become members of National Action Network. And we have our young man, Mr. Anthony Thomas, is over there to accept you all. Membership form is only $25 a year. And for our listening audience, if you would like to join in and be a part of National Action Network, please come on board. We're looking, we have seats open for everyone. Thank you again, and I appreciate it. And we'll listen for your closing remarks. Oh, wait, hold on. So we just had another mayor candidate that just came in, and I just wanted her to wave her hand so everybody will see her. Miss Vivian Wilhort. So the last person that just spoke, you can start and bring it on down.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
It just, your 60-second closing remarks.
Thank you. My closing remarks are Dia Hart, representing District 31, Cambridge, Antioch, Lennox Village, and a portion of Percy Creek. If you want to see a change, you have to be the change, a part of the change. That means open communication. I would love to see everybody at least get one other person to communicate to your current elected official. If you want to see something different, pick up the phone, send an email, get with the planning commission. If you want to see change in your neighborhood, plans are being done without you. And so if you want things to change, be a part of the transformation.
Luke Elliott, District 34. This race, all of our races, are extremely critical to the future of our city. We're fighting for our soul. because people are really ruining this town. And so pay attention, make sure each vote counts, get out there and vote for people who truly have your interest in mind, not just spit out a bunch of campaign BS. Thanks. Leland Evans, District 31 write-in candidate. I'm running because it's time that District 31 stop, looks, and listens. That we stop unrestricted development in our community, that we look at the missed opportunities that we've had, and that we listen to the people. I'm here, I've been here, I will continue to be here, whether I win, lose, or draw, run off, it doesn't matter. I'm active in the community, at a street sign in the community because I'm that active in the community. I've been all over the world, been to 17 countries, and I keep coming back to Antioch. I don't move downtown, I won't move downtown. I love Antioch, I love Cambridge. It's where I grew up, it's where I'm gonna raise my children. It's time that I get sidewalks in my community. It hasn't been done before. If you elect me, I promise you, we getting sidewalks in Antioch.
Hi, I'm Lisa Williams for District 23, and I'm here because I think Nashville is great, but it's only getting better, so I hope you vote for me.
Thank you, Jamel Campbell, Cruz, District 21. And the first thing I want to say is time. It's time. It's time for the exploitation of District 21 to be over. It is time for profit-driven developers and big businesses not to have free reign over this district and District 21. So if you want fully funded education, if you want access to the budget, if you want a people's budget, if you want diversifying affordable housing, if you want public safety that also depends on your fully funding of your basic needs, you need a fighter, you need a worker, you need an educator, and I am that person. Vote for Jamel Campbell, District 21.
Hi, my name is Terry Bell, and I'm running for District 17 to be your next Metro Council member. I'm a community leader, past president of my neighborhood association, nonprofit founder of API Middle Tennessee with business experience. I value your voice, and I want you to know, and I want you to take part in my listening tour because I want to focus on issues that matter to you most. So I'm running on inclusion, integrity, and kindness. I hope that you'll go to the polls with me, and I want to earn your vote, so don't forget, vote on August 3rd.
Tanya Escabel with District 17. I am excited to be a part of this opportunity and really hearing our constituents and really learning what are our challenges in our district. And my passion is to be involved and listen and listen and listen, because I think that's going to be the thing that's going to help us be able to make our communities feel good again. Safety is a priority that I'm focused on. Also affordable housing, spending the last almost 30 years in helping people into homeownership. I feel that I have the skill set to be able to work together and navigate some great solutions. So vote Tanya Escabel, District 17.
Hi, Joe DeLucas, District 11. I actually first want to give a shout out to District 1 because it looks like there are 4 of you that showed up today. There are 4 people that hold positions in my district. I'm the only person here. Why are the other 3 not here? Do you not matter? We all matter. I'm a creative thinker. I want to think outside the box, fix issues, fix the undrivable roads, reduce homeless camps, and solve the issue of the homeless. Don't just move them to another area. Fix the overpopulation, stop building homes where they don't need to be built. Reduce spending. And I'll do that with open communication with you, with honesty, integrity, respect, accountability, and have accountability for all. Because you matter, we all matter, and I am the vehicle for that change. Joe DeLucas, District 11.
Deontay Harold, candidate for District 8. I'm running, there's a lot of issues that we have within the Southeast, and I want to be the voice of our constituents. I think a lot of times people that sit here, they say, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and it's really about what constituents need. It's really about what they want. And I've been doing the work through beautification and also through other organizations within the community. And this allows me to continue to do that work. Deontay Harrell, District 8.
Quante Toombs, Councilwoman for District 2.
we have a lot more work to do. We've accomplished a lot in District 2. We've seen historic investments. We've seen infrastructure improvements. We've seen added green space. We've seen support for small businesses. We've seen improved schools. We've seen a lot of progress in the district, but there's still a lot that needs to be done. District 2 has been neglected since 1963 when Nashville became a metropolitan government. And so there's still a lot of work to do. I've been very involved in the community. I am a community member. Council members are part of the community. My children attend public schools. My youngest sons were born at Nashville General Hospital by my choice because it's an excellent hospital. Use it. And we go to camp at the Northwest YMCA. We are community members. And so that's how council members should act, and that's how they should be perceived, because we're all working together to make Nashville a better place. So Councilwoman Quante Toombs, District 2, vote for me on August the 3rd.
Sean Daly, District 1. Thanks for this opportunity for me to introduce myself to you. My campaign is just getting started, and so this has been just a wonderful time. District 1 is a big place. It has the most geographical area of any of the districts, and with that comes a wide range of different kinds of people. It's very diverse. You have a lot of different ideologies. You have a lot of disagreement, frankly, between neighborhoods. And so what I want to do is unify the district, bring a unifying message, be somebody that creates bridges between the neighborhoods and gets things done. Leadership, leadership, leadership. We've been missing it for far too long. We haven't had somebody to be able to represent us, and we've been let down over and over again. And if we're not careful, we might be let down yet again. Sean Daly, District 1.
Tim Thompson, District 1, and my message is that let's be leaders in the community again. Let's lead District 1 back to the first place it was in the beginning, which was a pioneer. I remember my time in high school when I went to White Street, and District 1 was the pattern for African-American people and leadership in the community. I would like to restore that greatness back to District 1 by reestablishing leadership in our community, uniting the communities back together, uniting the neighborhoods back together, so that we can all progressively grow and be a part of this new Nashville.
Joy Kimbrough, District 1. I'd like to thank Nan and Cheryl Huff for having us out today. I'm going to tell you 3 things will make all the difference in the world. If you're in the District 1, please listen. If not, please tell your family members. 1, vote Joy Kimbrough. 2, vote Joy Kimbrough. 3, vote Joy Kimbrough.
Rob Harris, I'm glad to be here with you. Thank you so much to Nan and Cheryl Huff. Really appreciated the opportunity. But I wanted to say that I'm running on 4 things: accountability, accessibility, transparency, and also communication. That's things that we've missed in our community. Muhammad Ali said, you know, service is the rent that we pay for our place here on earth, our room here on earth. And I believe my leadership style is a servant leadership style. I'm ready to work for you. I need your vote. I need your help, your time, your talent, and your treasure. Thank you very much, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Let's give them a round of applause. Everyone, excuse them and our virtual viewers. Thank you so much. We know that 24 hours of time is a great resource. We all get from sunup one day to sunup the next day, and how we spend our time is very important. And so we appreciate you spending your time with us. And now we will say goodbye.
Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. We'll talk to you soon.